Oh, thank you.
I'm calling the meeting to order.
I would like to advise all those present that notice of this meeting has been provided to the public in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act, and that notice was published in the Jersey Journal City website. Copies provided the Hoboken Reporter, the Record, North Star Legend, also placed on the bulletin board in the lobby of City Hall, outside of the bulletin board on North Street between Washington and Bloomfield Street. Written objections, if any, shall be made to the city clerk.
You may please rise for the flag salute.
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pledge allegiance in a long time.
Mr. Farina, you may call the roll.
Mr. Cohen?
Here.
Fusco?
Here.
Mr. Doyle?
Present.
Ms. Fisher?
Here.
Giantino?
Here.
Mrs. Jabour?
Here.
Mr. Quintero?
Present.
Mr. Ramos?
Present.
President Russo.
Present.
Everyone, please round of applause for Gabrielle Colette.
Do you want to explain or should I?
We just mentioned it.
So this evening, we are joined by a group of students from Hoboken High School who are involved in the Hoboken High School Student Government Association. For the last, I guess, several days now, and going to last week, we've actually had high school students participating in subcommittee meetings, attending community meetings, and now here with us tonight to learn about how municipal government works. And I'm really grateful that their faculty advisor, Christopher Munoz, reached out to initiate this project with the city. I'm thrilled that everybody has been so supportive, and to the mayor and the administration and his staff. I think it's been really amazing to work with you all, and we're going to continue to work with you all even after tonight's meeting. But I think it's just a wonderful opportunity for you all to learn how all this works and hopefully get interested in serving the public and serving the community that you live in and from an early age. So we'd like to recognize all of you tonight with some certificates of appreciation as well as a proclamation. So I think we're going to call each of the students up individually who are here with us tonight. And the first in our acting council president was Gabriela Velez. Daniel Weintraub. Miles Angley. Rowan Ellison. Gina Cruz. Alexa Bracero. And Autumn Kangley. And can we have everybody come up for just a quick picture, if you don't mind?
Is this yours? Yes. Yeah, it's mine.
I don't want to stay like right there. That's so awkward. So awkward. Most everyone you know. Yeah, it's fine. I just thought that was so awkward. Like.
Last time.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I'd like to kick it over to Councilman DeFusco to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Council President. I'm going to remove my mask because this is a very important month for me. June is LGBTQ plus Pride Month. When I was elected in 2015, I ran an election based on ideas, inclusion, facts. Shortly after I was sworn in, somebody came up to me, a longtime resident of Marine View Plaza, who identifies as part of this community, and he said something to me. He said, "Councilman, you've just done something that nobody else has done before. You're the first outwardly gay elected official in Hoboken and in Hudson County." And I didn't really process it at the time. It was a time before the polarization of identity in Washington and state capitals across this country. It was before identities were really discussed, and that was only, 8 years ago. But this month is important to me because it is representative of what I believe in as a local official and as a person. And it's about inclusion. LGBTQ+. It's a lot of letters in there. We know what lesbian means. We know what bisexual means. We know what gay means. We're beginning to understand the concept of what trans means. But what does the Q mean? I just want to talk to you a bit about that. It means a couple things. It means queer, a term that if I was ever referred to that as a younger person would have been a fate worse than death in high school, growing up in central New Jersey. You never wanted to be called queer. But recently, our new generations have embraced that Q, that queer, as a badge of honor, as a badge of identity. And it doesn't mean you need to like a member of the same sex or identify as a sex that you weren't born as. It means you're different. And different is great. Different is awesome. And we need to do more to invite queer ideology into everyday life. And I know that sounds unusual, right? Having a councilman say queer, but I love it. I'm queer. A lot of you are queer. And I want you to love everyone for who they are, their differences, and for their ideas, and for what they believe in. Because what makes Hoboken a better place, what's going to make this country a better place, is through the differences that we all share. And it's not easy sometimes to be different. I could tell you that. I can only speak for myself, but in every race I've ever run, it's come up. Mike DeFusco, what does he know about kids? He's gay. Oh, Mike DeFusco, look at that pastel tie he's wearing. Oh, Mike DeFusco, when he gets angry, his voice changes. These are all different. True, my voice does change. Get very frustrated sometimes with politics. But these are all subways of calling me gay and calling me different. And it took a growth in the public space from the time I came into office to who I am today to understand that all of those things are cool about me. And when I reread the words of Harvey Milk back in the 70s, he was urging not just gay people to get into elected office. He was urging everyone to get into elected office. Hispanics, Black and brown people, women. He wanted voices of change in California. And right here in New Jersey, however liberal and forward-looking we are as a state, we still do not have an out legislator in Trenton. Big deal. Big deal. And at the end of the day, we had to. One's the mayor of Trenton now, and the other one has recently gone on to other pursuits. But it's really important that we help each other and our diverse voices to become one. So this month is not just about LGBT, it's about everyone in this chamber, everyone who is different, everyone who's ever felt different, and everyone that believes that difference can create change. So I really appreciate Council President for asking me to start out this meeting, because the change that we discuss in this chamber and the hope that we have for our future is ultimately what's going to continue making Hoboken an amazing city. Thank you so much, Council President.
Thank you, Mike. Perfectly said, Michael. Let's move on to first order of business here. Councilwoman?
So the budget hearing was technically opened at our last meeting. We had the opportunity for members of the public to speak. And now moving forward for the amendment process, I thought it would be useful for us to have this as a public discussion. The Finance Subcommittee did receive some proposals from members of the council regarding changes to the budget. In past years, I think we haven't really had the opportunity to fully explain those and discuss the changes. So I'd like to take the opportunity to walk through some of the amendments that have been proposed and to also discuss that in the same forum. If any of you participated in the budget hearings, we had directors kind of testified to what it is that they were requesting in their budget. Similarly, I'd like to talk about the impact of any of these proposed changes. So I want to start with a number of positions that were actually proposed for elimination from council member, actually I think in some cases multiple council members. Some of the positions that were discussed for elimination were the Office of Constituent Services, the Assistant Executive Director for the Parking Utility, the Public Safety Director, the Deputy Public Safety Director, and the Director of Recreation. And in the process of the amendments, I did request that each of the council members provide justification. So perhaps Councilmember Ramos, would you like to start with your discussion in terms of the elimination of these positions and your rationale for that?
Sure. Rationale is quite simple, actually. As many of you know, I've been advocating for $300,000 to begin a study process to rehabilitate the multi-service center. That was not included in this year's budget. It's been an item that's been extremely important to our community for a while now. The process started a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, that process stalled and did not continue. And after the hearing and discussion of the high school referendum, I thought it would be prudent upon us to enhance the recreational amenities for the residents of Hoboken and allow the Board of Education to focus on the educational amenities for the city and let us take that responsibility and ease them of that burden. So that was my my rationale for the 300 there. The $65,000 allotment was, as many of you walk around the streets of Hoboken, we see a lot of homeless individuals all throughout our city. And some of those homeless individuals require help. And recently, we've met with the Hudson County Division of Human Services, and they have a social service team that goes out and tries to identify, provide services for those individuals to try and ease them off of our streets into housing or get them the service they need. Sometimes those services are denied. And then we later learn that Jersey City employs their own team that provides that service. So in that conversation, I thought it would be prudent, again, to have that service here in Hoboken because our homeless population is unfortunately growing. And I thought that that would help our police officers, our EMS, identify those individuals because we are not going to police our way out of the homeless issue. The only way we can try and identify and address the homeless issue is to provide social services, identify those individuals, and those services may be denied. And as far as elimination of positions, I'm looking for $365,000. And currently, we have a tax increase proposal of 5.6%. Again, 5.6% tax increase. So when I made my proposals for additions, I did not want to add another penny to that 5.6%. Now, if other individuals find other areas to find that $365,000, I am more than happy and okay with that. I do not care where the money comes from. But I believe, strongly believe, that those two issues should be a priority. They're a priority for my ward. I think they're a priority for the residents citywide. So that is my rationale, and hopefully, hopefully that gets added. But $365,000 if it comes from someplace else, because I know President Biden recently, when it came to the COVID funding, he said, you know, public safety should be a priority. You know, the social worker could be part of public safety. You know, we could add those items through our COVID relief fundings, and he urged it to be used immediately, not to wane the public off of that funding, right? We have it, let's utilize that. So I do not care where the 365 comes from. I'll work with anyone if they have any ideas where it comes from, but you know, it's simple math. New positions were added, and I've heard residents talk about the multi-service center for years, right? How many phone calls do we get about the homeless population in the city of Hoboken, right? And the only idea that we've had was orange meters. I think that's a failure. We need to do better. No, that's it. Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Fisher, you actually had also submitted amendments that included the elimination of both public safety roles as well as some additional positions, the Director of Housing, an associate from Corporation Counsel, and an additional headcount in the Mayor's office. Did you want to speak to the purpose of those eliminations?
Sure. So when we're asked to give, right now they're separating out something, a very specific topic, and hoping for us to give some color on it for some political theater. We were given a budget by the mayor for a 5.6% increase. Right now, everyone has affordability issues, whether it's gas prices, food prices, et cetera. And it's really incumbent on us to do everything we can to keep spending as low as possible. And so when we look at the budget, we have to look at a number of different variables. We look at the revenues that come in, we look at the expenses, we have to look at how much cash we have in the bank, how much our total debt is. We asked for all of that information, and we weren't given any of it. We weren't given our surplus, we weren't given our debt. We were given our debt service number about 2 hours before this meeting. And so when we had to respond to this, we just kind of had to look within the budget. And I looked, as everyone knows, I go through every single line item of our budget, and we looked for ways to bring our taxes down without any additional information that was available to us. 5.6% is just not the right number. We have exceptional excess spending in City Hall. And so when I went looking, I said, we have a number of hires that we hired in the last year, some of which are political. And I just think that it's the concept of last in, first out. They were never justified. They're high-paid positions. And I think there's an opportunity to say we need to reduce spending because we work for the taxpayers of Hoboken. So all of them in aggregate are either they're positions that were not contemplated before, were not in our budget before, and we've lived without. And this just, to me, wasn't the year to have those specific positions, those recently new hires. Do I think they could add value? Of course. Do I think someone could come and justify every single one of the positions? Of course. Is this year that we need to have them with a 5.6% increase? I don't think so. The other thing, just so you know, it's not just the positions. I put in, and these are the types of things that I look for. We all approved union contracts for our public safety officials, and we all, 9-0, we always support our public safety. Embedded in one of the contracts was a retroactive payment, a one-time payment, but it's $1.3 million. That's almost, just that payment alone is 2% of this year's tax levy. And it's a one-time thing, it's not a recurring thing. So I made the recommendation to say, well, why don't we, instead of increasing permanently our tax levy for that $1.3 million, let's take some of our rainy day savings and offset that just to bring it down. It's kind of an accounting thing. Like, why should we have that as a permanent part of our base when we only paid it this year? So all around, when you put everything together, it was $2.5 million. It would bring our tax bill from 5.6% increase down to about a 1.5% increase. And that's what I do every year, is I try to find ways to support our taxpayers. and reduce expenses that I think are unnecessary in the city. And they're just my recommendations, they're not amendments. And all we can do is give some ideas. These are just some ideas that we give to the chair of the Finance Committee. I chaired that committee for 4 years. And they can then take whatever our recommendations are and decide, work with the administration and decide what they can do. So that was the best we can do. The one additional thing I had in my recommendation was I'm always a big fan of our seniors. And we have a very small budget for our seniors, $15,000 for like other expenses. A lot of the funding for seniors is donated and contributed, but we're trying to get more senior programs on the north end. The senior programs are really at the multi-service center and kind of downtown. And there's a lot of uptown seniors that don't even know we have a multi-service center and would love to have some of the programming. Maybe we can do programming at the Elks, or we can find another location. So I asked to put an additional $15,000 in for our seniors to be able, and I've talked with Director Pellegrini just in general about finding some additional programming for seniors uptown. So that's it.
Councilwoman, if you, just for our students specifically, and anyone else who doesn't understand your comment about the rainy day fund, you want to just talk about surplus and what that is?
So the way, basically our budget, our annual budget, just like your own house budget, right, or your business budget, is not perfect. You think, I know I'm going to make $100 this year. I know I can spend $100 this year. But you may have like an emergency where you have to spend $110. So you really want to have a little bit of savings in the account in case like a rainy day savings, in case you have like an emergency or something that is more than what you normally make during the year. And so our surplus is really what we call a rainy day fund, where we just have this money, it's kind of sitting in an account. And if something like where we used money, we actually used our surplus, for example, with COVID, like before we were getting all of the grants and everything from the government, we actually had some money surplus that we could pay some of our bills before we were reimbursed because we weren't getting as many revenues. Way back when, Hurricane Sandy, incredibly disruptive to the community, we had to use some of our rainy day fund. So it's kind of imperfect, and we have like this bank account there, and we build up the surplus every year, and then we use it every year. So if you look in our budget, we say we're going to use $10 million, but that throughout the year, we actually generate more and we put it back in. So it gives us that like cushion to work with. There's always a debate. Mike and I, Council President and I, we've had this conversation probably every year for 6 years since I've been in the council, and I watched it before, is how much should be in that rainy day fund? Should we take that money and give it back to the community? Should we only have $1 million? Should we have $10 million? You know, I think Mayor Zimmer wanted it at 10. You guys were closer to 5. And it's somewhere between 5 and 10. We like to keep that money in the bank.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can I add one point to that?
Sure.
So the surplus that we generate every year affects the ability of the city to borrow money. And so maintaining a higher surplus also means it is less expensive for the city to borrow money. And the city wants to maintain or improve the surplus year over year, because the surplus is decreased each year. It means that we are not replenishing at the rate that we are spending it.
Thank you.
But that's not the only factor for bond ratings. It's also valuation of the city and what it's worth as a whole is more important than the surplus.
Yeah, and I apologize to everyone else who is here, but we have been talking to our students before the meeting, and we're kind of walking them through some of these processes. But this is what we were talking about earlier, where there's that push and pull, right? You have to try to figure it out, and collectively we try to do that as much as we can. So sorry about that, everyone.
I think it would be useful, given that a number of council members have specifically made comments regarding the public safety roles. I know, when we have the budget hearing process, and for the benefit of the students, the directors actually present initially what budget they would like to see. So I think it's fair to them, in the context of really trying to understand the impacts of this, to bring those directors up to talk about what that looks like in relation to what they've requested. So Director Ferranti, do you want to come up first to speak about the impact on public safety this would have based on your role?
I have a question, Council President.
Yeah.
Is the finance chair comfortable with the 5.6% tax increase? Is the finance committee comfortable with that number? as is?
Sure, we've already been able to make a reduction in that, and the Finance Subcommittee is continuing to explore additional ways to do so, but we have already found a number of cuts in working with the administration.
Why haven't those amendments been presented tonight then?
Can talk about those as well. But right now, I think I'd like to have Director Franti speak to the impact on public safety.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of Council. Councilwoman Jabor, I predicted to Chief Aguirre I was going to be the first one called up. Ruben, we talked about this yesterday. Emily, Tiffany, we talked about this yesterday. So here we go again. Are we talking about something that's about dollars and cents, or are we talking about things that are politics or political? This is a unique one for me being called up because it's about my position. It's not about cuts to the Public Safety Division. And as a police chief, I brought forth 7 budgets. Every year, we acted within the budget. Every year was between a 1% gain, 1% decrease. Always taking a conservative approach to every budget hearing. Did that this year. I was told yesterday, I had a long conversation with Councilwoman Fisher she doesn't know what I do, and she says a lot of the residents doesn't know what my position does. So I felt it's important, and I told them, I feel at some point, whether asked by the media or brought up here tonight, I'm going to have to explain that. So I want everyone here listening, watching, the 9 of you, these are the things I'm doing now as the new Public Safety Director for the City of Hoboken. We're going to start with the PD. So one of the things that were brought up when my position came into the fold up for a vote was 2 council members that went through a 7-1-1 vote. Councilman Ramos voted against. He had said that before my appointment that he was going to do that. Councilwoman Fisher abstained, and we've had talks about that since. What was put out publicly here, what was put out into social media, to media, we have a new chief, we want him to grow. I guess the intention was they want him to grow by himself. He's an acting chief. We need to get that acting title off of the chief. And in the public safety role, director role, one of my key things this year is going to be getting that acting position off so he becomes a permanent chief. My first 2 years, for those that are new to the council, for those that are new watching, for those that are new being involved in the political theater, as Councilwoman Fisher called, in 2014 and 15, my first 2 years as chief of police, I was a 41-year-old chief. I was a union president. I was the OEM coordinator. And I had dealt with the city government in that fashion. I had dealt with city council in that fashion. I had never done a budget. So I had a public safety director in John Took, 2014, 2015. We went through working the budget the first time together. And that was to facilitate my new role as chief. My position with PD right now is to support Chief Aguirre, to give him everything he needs, from infrastructure to staff to equipment, to help him with the budget process, which I worked with him and Lieutenant Kutz for this year's budget presentation. It's about finding a new facility, without a doubt. We'll walk any of the 9 of you through that Hoboken Police Headquarters, One Police Plaza. For 8 years, I was saying, we need a new building. It's to help with the media. As commanding officer of IA, he did not have the dealings with the media. I dealt with the media a lot over the last 7 years. It's about networking on the local, county, state, and federal levels, with the schools, with Dr. Johnson. And it's to take the administrative responsibilities off his hands so he can run the Hoboken Police Department and the day-to-day operations of the Hoboken Police Department. Why we do this? Because what I've always been about. It's about the public safety of the residents, the visitors, and the businesses of Hoboken. So then we have a new realm of the fire department. Many issues that I heard from every single layer of fire service from the couple weeks I took over the position till current day, from the chief down to the civilian dispatches and everybody in between. They wanted situations resolved. They wanted to be recognized again. That's happening. Any 9 of you, talk to the chief about the meetings we've had. Talk to his command staff and battalion chiefs. Talk to his 2 union presidents that are in the fire and see how much attention I have given them to try to bring them up. They said, we saw you do this with the police department. We saw this get done for the police department. We want to be recognized, and that's what I'm working to do. You see a table of organization change tonight, which is going to, by 1 spot, and at no extra cost than what we presented in the budget, is going to greatly change and start bringing morale back and bringing some more structure to the fire department that they need. Once I started having dialogue with them, we suddenly had retirements done by individuals that were afraid to retire because they didn't know the direction of the fire department. There is a chance for promotions to happen finally in the next few weeks for the department, which is greatly needed. Hirings. We have a grant application, a SAFER grant. The retirements. This is going to bring new firefighters. Okay, there's a chance. I've already reserved 10 positions at the Bergen County Fire Academy for January because we can't have a fire department where the median age is 15, 16 years on the job. We need to make this department younger. With the table of organization change tonight, we're going to see a compliance unit formed in the fire department. So there's a person, not the chief, making sure equipment's up to standard, appearance is up to standard, attendance is up to standard. There is a request by the fire unions, specializations. We lost hazmat. We don't have a full functioning marine unit. We don't have a fully staffed fire unit, fire rescue like we should have. We only have 2 firefighters and a captain on a fire truck. In 3 months alone, I'm already making those changes, and you could ask any single one of them. But why do we do it? It's not about Ken Ferrante, who a couple council members want to see removed from this position. It's about the public safety of the residents, the visitors, and the businesses of Hoboken. OEM. As I mentioned to Councilwoman Fisher yesterday, there isn't a person in the city of Hoboken that was a sitting chief and a sitting OEM coordinator. I was OEM coordinator in 2012, 13, and 14. Post-Sandy, a year with 13 water main breaks, Officer William Montanez, Sergeant William Montanez is out there 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, often for storms, for flooding, for water main breaks, for medical emergencies. Do we really expect him to do the administrative part of OEM also? Or do we want somebody that can handle the administrative functions and that it was a past OEM coordinator? Again, why do we want to do that? So that Sergeant Montanez can do his job, and it's for the public safety of the residents, the visitors, and the businesses of Hoboken. Another topic that has come across this council in debates for 2 to 3 years is the area of EMS services, medical response units by ambulance, and transports to hospitals for the city of Hoboken. We saw after the first wave of COVID a huge drop in volunteerism in this country, never mind state of New Jersey and city of Hoboken. Hoboken Volunteer Ambulance Corps was one of 3 remaining fully volunteer services in the entire state of New Jersey. So as a police chief, we saw large amounts of mutual aid being done for 60% of calls in 2021, outside ambulances coming in. That was not sustainable. There were talks up amongst this council of replacing Hoboken EMS, Hoboken Volunteer Ambulance Corps. There were talks about, should we bring outside service? There was talks and votes about saving Hoboken Volunteer Ambulance Corps. That's one of the 7 things I was tasked to do. I am a volunteer member now of the board for Hoboken EMS and Hoboken Volunteer Ambulance Corps. Go to those Tuesday night meetings with the board. We follow a Rogers report that was funded by this council to make sure they're brought up to standard, and it's to make sure that the ambulance, Hoboken EMS / Hoboken Volunteer Ambulance Corps, is providing proficient services to our residents. Why? Because once again, it's about the public safety for the residents, the visitors, and the businesses of Hoboken. Ask Tommy Malta or any members of that board, the president of the board and Buddy Matthews, ask what I've been doing with them for the last 3 months. I am not going to bring this down and spin this into a personal political issue. Councilman Ramos, through 3 conversations we've had, Councilwoman Fisher, by an hour-long conversation we had yesterday, they know my stance and beliefs of why I feel this is up here tonight. I'm not bringing up all those points. Okay, this is not the arena for that. Okay, where Councilwoman Fisher said this is going to be brought about political theater, I said that's a possibility. We don't want it to be that. But again, it's not the Public Safety Division that's taking the couple $100,000 hit. It's just elimination of my position. So what makes me in this position the cost saver for the city of Hoboken? It's called track record. Okay, I've given all of you, I've said to you, I said to Councilwoman Fisher yesterday, here's your homework assignment. Find another city in the state of New Jersey where their police department has not paid a penny in civil liability now in 8 years running. Find it. You don't think any of the 9 sitting here, the city administration, you don't think when you lose lawsuits or settlements, that doesn't affect insurance rates for a city? That doesn't affect the JIF? That doesn't affect those ratings that we're talking about of why we want surplus, your insurance liability, especially from public safety, especially we're talking 2022, with all the social justice demands and rallies that have happened in this state and the country. Again, find another city with zero paid out, zero settlements. I gained the confidence of the city residents from 2014 through 21 after past years with the Hoboken Police Department where there are negative stories in media, in mainstream media, in national media. I changed that narrative. Closure rates were at a record high, near the top in New Jersey. Violent crime rates for a city, lowest in New Jersey. Did that happen by chance, or did it happen by the 24/7 work that I did as a police chief? What was I most about? Transparency. People knew what the department was doing, people knew why we were doing it, and people knew what I stood for. I brought an ESU team to the city of Hoboken in 2015 to protect the city at zero cost to the taxpayer. Because I know how to find law enforcement trust funds, we staffed 2 trucks, the equipment, and the training and gear for those officers. We also needed a $1.2 million IT upgrade for the Hoboken Police Department. I was able to accomplish that, again, without a cost to the taxpayer. Why? Because I knew how to utilize law enforcement trust funds. My overtime was always brought to a level bare minimum as possible. Twice as chief, I had a BA come to me, can we get at the last end, can we have $100,000 taken from your budget and put in a line item transfer because you maintained a good budget this year, we needed another area. 9 years, 2 as OEM coordinator, 7 as chief. I live this 365, and that's what you get with me as a public safety director. Again, what am I about? It's about consistency, I'm about policy, procedure, proficiency, and transparency, most important. This city council in November and December voted 9-0 to add a public safety director. 9-0 without discussion. Watch the meetings. Once my name came to the fold, suddenly there was discussion, and we had 2 council members that were not favorable to me becoming the public safety director. And now tonight in budget amendments, they're trying to eliminate my position. The largest division in the city of Hoboken, and in any city, is a public safety department. The public safety department is 40% of this municipal budget. It's the only division that should not have a director? That makes no sense whatsoever. The elimination of the 5 or 6 people that the 2 council people want, they're talking about this as dollars and cents, and they're trying to worry about the taxpayer. Well, the elimination of the 5 to 6 will save each taxpayer, and there's 17,637 of them. It's going to save them $4.53 for the year. That can't buy them 1 gallon of regular gas in the state of New Jersey right now. My position, it's 73 cents a month. I think I'm a lot more valuable to the city than 73 cents a month. This is not about dollars and cents. It's personal and political.
Thank you, Director. Director Sharp, if you could please come up and speak to the Assistant Executive Director in the parking utility. I understand there's...
Councilman Russo, Council President, we're not voting on any of this tonight, correct?
No, none of this will be voted on tonight, no.
In the interest of time and my health, I like to get to the voting portion of our agenda. I'm not feeling well, but I want to do my duty, but I'm not...
Councilman Ramos, I think my concern is that not all the council members were interested in participating in the budget hearings, and I think that that's unfortunately to the detriment of our director's ability to talk about their ability to provide services to the city of Hoboken.
What you said.
Not all of the council members participated in the budget hearing process, and I think we owe our directors the credit of giving them the opportunity to explain how the proposals would impact the services that they are going to provide.
I'm okay with doing that at June 15th council meeting, Council President. I'm perfectly okay with doing that at June 15th council meeting, Council President.
I have no, as long as there's no other objections, I have no problem continuing this either tonight or at another meeting. It doesn't matter to me. I think what I've tried to do as the council president was give not only my colleagues the opportunity to present their potential amendments, but also give the directors the ability to speak to those potential amendments and talk about why that would be a good or a bad idea in the city of Hoboken. And I think being transparent and as open as possible during that process, I think is something that we should do. I understand, Councilman, that I fully understand where you are. I'll poll my council colleagues. Do you want to continue tonight? Do you want to move this to a different meeting? I know there's a lot of members of the public here, and there's a lot of other things on the agenda, but I do believe it is important that we're going to have this discussion, whether it's tonight or another
We have
night.
budget discussions every year. I mean, it could
But
be next
we
council
don't,
meeting.
and they're not, and for clarity, these aren't amendments. We were asked to send in some recommendations for the Finance Subcommittee to review, so why don't you review them? And then we can, once we have something whittled down, we can talk about whatever the
Sure,
shortness is. We
and
don't-
again, I think it's important that we're as transparent to the public as possible so that we are discussing them publicly as well. I know there's been some grumblings about having,
And every year, all these items get this public, Council President.
So let's
Yeah.
have a,
No one's- no one's
let's
denying
I
have a
understand.
special,
whatsoever.
let's just have a
Councilman
special
Ramos,
meeting
I don't
for
think
it
that's
then.
accurate, actually. In my second year on the council, I had a proposed amendment that never saw the light of day, unfortunately, at that time. So my interest in having this conversation is to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to put forward their suggestions in a public forum. And I think we owe that to the public.
What I would just say is, I think if we knew that this was going to happen and you were call up one of the directors who had 3 pages of prepared comments in response to conversations before, I think this would have been, the whole process would have been more transparent. We would have all been prepared. If we're going to do that, let's have a separate special meeting to review all of the discussions. We can all come with all of our ideas. All the directors can come and we can actually have, a process with integrity as opposed to one that is just meant to be theater.
This is not meant to be theater. In fact, I was very specific
four
to ask
pages.
in my capacity
Please.
for any justification to the proposed cuts. I sent
Please.
follow-up,
4
and there was no
pages of
justification
prepared
provided.
Comments.
Ladies.
4 pages
Ladies,
of
one at a
prepared
time, please.
comments, please.
There was no justification provided for the amendments that were proposed, and so this is the opportunity to see those through.
4
to have
pages
the
of prepared
discussion.
comments, please.
Do you expect that the directors would come to a budget
We weren't,
meeting and not be prepared to answer questions?
we weren't told what the meeting was going to be about. We were literally.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm
Right,
talking
but
about
they-
the directors that are here.
Right, they were
who
asked to
are-
come to present something around our amendments, but we were told that this was happening. The agenda has a blank resolution, and now we're here with a process that we've never done before. So they were given a heads up with the ability to come with prepared statements, and we were not.
So how do you
So-
expect
I have
then
no problem
for,
with the statements,
in the
but,
universe of, you have ideas to put forward, did you speak to any of the directors in the process of coming up with the amendments that you proposed?
No?
So how were the directors meant to respond to those proposals? Talk
Through
about
our-
the impact on their services.
Through a normal process. And if you wanted to have this conversation, you should have given all of us the heads up of what you thought this process would be, as opposed to trying to trick some of us with suggestions that we put.
I don't understand where we're coming from tricking. You made a bunch of proposals. You were asked specifically to include justification.
Which we
Yours-
did.
Yours in particular weren't, I saw some back and forth in emails, but you have down, please reduce spending overall to get to a flat tax at most, knowing that the vast majority of the increase is tied up with salary increases. So how are we to get there? And you're just saying, cut this, cut that, cut the other thing. And in the most transparent setting possible, you're arguing that this isn't a transparent
what?
process, which is blowing my mind, kind of. So I think it's appropriate to give the directors an opportunity to respond and give you the potential impacts of your proposals, so that
So my
you can
proposal,
understand.
no,
Let him
but
finish.
that's
You'll
fine.
have every opportunity. I
But he
promise.
but he just said, he took something I wrote out of context. If you look at the very first sentence, without knowing what our surplus is, because we asked twice in the public meeting, once an email, actually twice an email, for surplus information, debt service information, debt information, and readable information, all of which is provided every single year, so we get a sense on how they all relate, none of which was provided to us. So in the time frame that you gave us, without any of the relevant information to make decisions, we tried to say, I would like to see our taxes cut. I get to say that. I'm a council person. All the people in my ward want to see our taxes cut. I've seen recent hires that were no justification was ever given to the city council. So I said, I would like to see those gone, right? We're having this conversation, which is fine if The playing field was level. If you sent us a note saying, this is what I thought we would do tonight, we're going to have an open conversation. I would like each council person to come and defend or present whatever their changes are to the group. We're going to have a conversation, with our, the directors so they can respond to it. Then we would have had 2 hours of what our normal council meeting is, right? We have all these members of the public that are here for different issues, and there's one small item at the top, and none of us were told what the process was going to be. So, and like I said, and Chief Franny, Director Franny, whatever your name is, Ken, he will always be Chief Franny for me, and he knows that when I talk to him on the phone. We talked for an hour the other day. I'm not at all surprised that he came with 4 pages of prepared notes because he told me he would.
It was only 2. It actually took 6 down to 2 today.
All
right,
but
so
I
it's 2.
appreciate it, Director.
But there's a, Council President,
I'm gonna. Thank you, everyone. I'm gonna make the decision to move the rest of this to the end of this meeting so that we could get on with the rest of the business. However, that does not change the fact that I think everyone was informed of the request by the chairwoman of the Finance Committee to justify their proposed amendments. We've all been asked that, and every member of the council who submitted any amendments may or may not have done that. The ones that have not done that, this is absolutely the correct forum to have this discussion. This is the most transparent way to do that. I have no problem moving it to the end of the agenda. I have no problem continuing it to the next meeting and the meeting after that if necessary. The reality is we have not done this, Councilwoman. You're absolutely correct before, but we are doing it now because everyone out there deserves it and everyone watching deserves it. Everyone should understand why we're not only asking for cuts, but even potential increases. As Councilman Ramos talked about, the absolute need for the multi-service center, the absolute need for other things that we talk about. We did it last year. We increased spending for certain areas of the city budget. Those are important too. It's not just about the cuts. So what we're going to do at this point, we're going to move this to the end of the meeting tonight.
Council President?
And then, yes,
May I
Councilwoman.
make one comment just because
Sure.
I do find it interesting, though, in sitting here saying this is about transparency, you called on 2 council people and then called the directors up as opposed to all the council people.
I didn't call in any
It was
of the
clearly targeted at 2 people. It
They were
couldn't
the
have
only
been
ones who
more
had produced,
obvious.
they had proposed staff reductions, and that was the purpose.
Council members, calm down.
I'm just trying to
Please,
survive the meeting, that's all.
calm down.
Physically survive the meeting
I'm pretty
tonight.
calm.
Let's just move on.
Thank you,
We'll
Council
pick this
President.
discussion up at the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate that indulgence, Council President.
Anytime, Councilperson. Mr. Farina.
Yes. Hearing on an ordinance amending Ordinance B 423 of the City of Hoboken County, of
63.
Hudson, New Jersey.
I don't think anyone signed up to speak on this.
No members of the public signed up to speak. Motion to close the public portion.
Motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any council members? Mr. Farina, call the vote.
Mr. Cohen? Aye. Fusco?
Yes.
The Doyle?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes?
Giantino?
Why are we doing public portion?
Yes.
DeBoer?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
President Russo.
Aye.
Hearing on an ordinance adding a new chapter of the Hoboken City Code to be
We're going to do hearing.
titled Rebuilt by Design Regulations.
No members signed up to speak. I'll make a motion to close the public portion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any council members? Mr. Farina, call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Oh, sorry. If you don't mind, I was just confused because I thought for some reason, I thought we were supposed to have some component of public portion first, so I was a little confused. On this one, is it okay if I ask a question before we vote? This is the rebuild by design one, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so, Caleb. So it's literally just, when I went through it last time, and I know it's necessary I know it's necessary Councilman Doyle mentioned, it's like necessary state law, et cetera. But it's more of a practical question about this 15 feet from the barrier. Just like in thinking about, and for everyone's benefit, this ordinance requires that we don't have trees, shrubs, or vines near the resist barrier of rebuild by design. So it's the big barrier in the park on the north end and the barrier that is on the south end by the path. But when you think about 15 feet and how it kind of weaves through the park alone, 15 feet, and then kind of through and behind the buildings, like how is that going to work? Because, and actually even on the street where we have like street trees, like 15 feet is a lot. And it feels like it may change the landscape in a way that, do we just not contemplate that?
So the purpose of the requirement is to meet Army Corps certification for performance.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't preclude plantings in planting boxes or other street plantings that are not subsurface. So we'll still be able to have landscaping and some tree plantings adjacent to the alignment. It just prevents below-grade plantings where the roots would impact the foundation.
So like if you think of Washington Street from the alley to 14th, there's probably 5 street trees. So all those street trees will be taken out, and we'll contemplate maybe putting in like the planters.
Correct.
And then the same thing with the alley. And I guess most of those are in planters already. But then the park is just going to be this big, like bare 30 feet wide.
There's plantings further than 15 feet away. And shade.
Oh yeah, of
and
course.
trees.
But like the top, like the whole top of it is really just going to be grass, I guess. Then grass and concrete.
Or concrete or asphalt or other surface treatment. Yes.
And can you have like flowers and things like planting beds and all? You just can't have things that have really deep roots, right? Okay. All right. I feel like it's still worth like separately after this passes tonight. Can we maybe just like re-look at the design to just think about what that really looks like?
We
Separately?
can discuss that.
Awesome, thanks. Okay. Thank you.
Technical vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Piantino?
Yes.
Mr. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
President Russo.
Aye.
Hearing on an ordinance amending the Hoboken City Code, Chapter 136, nuisances at 136-2 to prohibit feeding of birds and wildlife.
Council President, we have members of the public signed up to speak on this ordinance.
First member.
Joy Gertner.
Thank you for letting me speak. This is regarding the bird situation and feeding pigeons. First of all, for starters, okay,
You don't
can
have
you
to
hear
touch
me?
it, just get close. Yeah.
Is this on? Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, for starters, everyone, just so you know, whatever you know about whatever you think about pigeons is myth and false. Before you make this kind of a decision, you have to do the research. Now, I've been taking care of pigeons in Manhattan and Union Square for 2 years. I got into this because I saw someone doing it. I took a major interest in this because, first of all, pigeons, listen, I have been threatened. I've been attacked by taking care of birds. I also I'm learning how to rehab birds. And the Wild Bird Fund in Manhattan takes care of all these wild animals. It's a nonprofit. I also deal with them, and I know the owner of the company, but it's very important to inform yourselves before you make this kind of a decision. Now, first of all, birds, people complain about poop, and we're saying, oh, they're just birds. Pigeons are one of the smartest animals on the face of this earth, and in my opinion, I think they're smarter than humans. But anyway, I have all the information here. This is factual information, okay? So whatever the public thinks about birds and the pooping and this, that, and the other, I have all the facts here. Now, I was just in the New York Times on Thursday, a big article on birds. I've been on TV shows regarding birds, and I don't just feed them. I actually care for these birds. These birds sit on my shoulder. They kiss me. Birds are not dirty. So understand birds are not dirty. They're not going to make you sick. They're not going to give you diseases. All this information is on Google, okay? So you can Google all this information. I don't appreciate people coming up to me, yelling and screaming at me today. I'm on Hudson Street at the park there. A woman's driving by. She stops her car literally and starts yelling at me, saying, "Stop feeding the birds, they poop." Now, listen, only dumb people say this, and I have to say this. You need to do the research. The birds can poop, and the water washes it away. The rain washes it away, okay? And if you get a bird pooping on you, it's water resistant. You can wipe it off with a wet one or cold water. So this is not a big deal. Years ago, I got pooped on. Listen, I will tell you, once I got involved with this, I'm mad at myself for not doing this earlier, years ago, because pigeons are so amazing. They can be kept as pets. They're domesticated. They make fantastic pets. And this is all over Facebook, pigeons.biz. They will give you all the information. Now, also, birds do get diseases, but humans are not in danger of getting those diseases. That's another thing. Let's see what else I wanted to cover here. Let's see. How many people are feeding birds in Hoboken? Why is this such a big issue? Because I know I do it. I haven't seen anyone else doing it. That's another thing. It's just, listen, I do it also here at the park behind the post office. And I have a bunch there. I deal with seagulls also, sparrows, starlings, mallards, and let's see what else. There's another bird, and Canadian geese. A female Canadian geese with her mate comes running over to me. It's the most adorable thing. She comes running over to me because she knows mommy has food. It's the cutest thing because she just it's adorable. But anyway, understand that they're not just birds. These are animals. You need them for biodiversity. They clean up people's trash, even though they're really not supposed to be eating it. But when they're starving, it's very bad. Now, in Hoboken, I started doing this 2 years ago because I noticed a lot of the seagulls were highly malnourished, and the pigeons are starving. And it's not just pigeons are eating and eating. They're actually really starving because they have to forage for their food, and it's very hard for them to forage for food. So that's my information. I have factual information here if you want to make copies regarding birds, and I have my articles from the New York Times. So there you go. If you have any questions, please ask me, because I'm the resident pro on this. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth Adams.
Thank you.
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to speak on Ordinance B 465, amending Hoboken City Code Chapter 136, Nuisances, to prohibit feeding of birds and other wildlife. I do not believe that this practice should be entirely eliminated from Hoboken. Wildlife are a vital component of nature, which is an invaluable resource at a premium in today's world, particularly in urban areas, which Hoboken still remains, at least to some extent, despite the efforts of some people to completely suburbanize it. While I certainly can understand the issue of bird poop, nevertheless, if birds were allowed to be fed in certain designated areas, such as by the river, this problem, while not being totally eradicated, would still be greatly minimized. Birds that inhabit urban areas, such as pigeons, actually enjoy a rich part of not only Hoboken's history, where for many years pigeon keeping was an active hobby indulged in by many citizens on various rooftops, immortalized in the film that was actually made here in Hoboken, namely On the Waterfront, but also our national history, where pigeons were utilized in both world wars, particularly World War II, to ultimately help to defeat the Nazis, as seen in the film Wind Talkers. Going considerably farther back in our planet's time, when Noah sent out a dove to spy out any dry land after the Great Flood, in point of fact, the full Aramaic translation of the word dove is actually rock dove. That is to say, the old school name for the pigeon. Caring for birds is actually a mitzvot, that is to say, a righteous action and also a spiritual activity, one that I'm sure that your wife, a yoga instructor, would understand, Mr. Doyle, since that very word, yoga, means to join or to connect. The issue of feeding squirrels, however, is a different matter, particularly the rather large and aggressive ones that populate Church Square Park. It should be noted that squirrels are, in point of fact, rodents. That is to say, the equivalent of rats with bushier tails. Are potential carriers of rabies, which should be a particular concern to people who allow their children and dogs to pursue them. A squirrel, not unlike a rat, if in all probability for any reason feels that it is being threatened, may very well turn and take the offensive. Squirrels also steal and eat birds' eggs. That being said, however, if any activity is to be outright prohibited, it should definitely be the harassment of wildlife, which not only includes chasing after them, but also, I'm sorry to report, attempting to poison them. As I witnessed a man perpetrate this act in Church Square Park in the summer of 2020. I attempted to pursue him outside of the park, but he walked away too quickly for me to overtake him. All that I could do was to inform park personnel and the police of what had transpired. He had a brown paper shopping bag containing some kind of pellets, which he spread under the bushes that lined either side of the walkway leading to the 5th Street side of the park from the north side of the gazebo. I could only hope that the park personnel did something to rectify the situation, as people frequently allowed their small children and dogs to crawl under those very same bushes, often in pursuit of squirrels that would run into them to elude their pursuers. If there can be designated areas where it will be permissible to smoke recreational adult-use marijuana, and you know that time will be arriving all too soon, why, in a similar fashion, can't people enjoy what is a relaxing, meditative, time-honored activity, that is to say, feeding the birds, that actually harms no one? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liz.
There are no more members of the public signed up to speak on this.
Motion to close the public portion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any council members?
Council President, I was wondering whether Director Gonzalez might be willing, if Councilman Ramos will indulge us, to come up and maybe provide more color with regard to this ordinance.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Council. So this addition to our nuisances ordinance is really a clarification on something that's actually already in our nuisances ordinance. Sorry. It is a clarification on something that is already in our nuisances ordinance, which prohibits the feeding of wildlife in public places. So it's simply a clarification more specific to birds. It has come up after several repeated constituent concerns that we've received in the Department of Environmental Services specific to feeding birds and an increasing geese population in the city. So it was a response to constituent requests.
Thank you. Any other council members?
Yep. So I totally support this for two reasons. One is, and I've worked a lot with the Wild Bird Fund as well, that the last speaker mentioned. It's just, you know, we need nature to be nature, and we need not to have wild animals rely on humans for their food. The kind of food that humans give birds, it's not good for them. You know, this time of year we have tons of baby geese and baby ducks and everything around, and people are just feeding them bread and all these things that are just not good for them. So for kind of the natural order of things, we shouldn't. And separately, we have a ton, you know, we shouldn't be doing anything that encourages more and more geese to kind of come and interact with with humans because they do. They leave a ton of goose poop all around the areas that that humans, we are recreational spaces for us. So if this is a way for us to really contribute both to the health of wildlife and to the health and welfare of our community, I think it's a perfectly fine ordinance, and I'm happy to support. And I appreciate Councilman Doyle and Director Gonzalez of bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anyone else? Councilman?
Yeah, there was an article written about this in the Jersey Journal, and the Humane Society commented on this, and the Humane Society's comment was that once intentional feeding stops, quote, the flock will gradually disperse until the remaining number of birds matches what the area can naturally support, which is consistent with what Councilwoman Fisher said. So I agree with that. I think it's not a matter of birds starving. I think it's a matter of birds living in a place where there is food to support them naturally, and nature will take care of that. So if Hoboken naturally cannot support a huge flock of pigeons, they will fly to a place that has food where they can prosper. So it may be that Hoboken just isn't the right place for a large flock of pigeons in Squishy Park by the Little League field. That may not be the best place for the pigeons. I have gotten many complaints about it, and I referred this issue to Director Gonzalez. So I appreciate this issue. I think it's great that we care about our wildlife. I also want to add that rodents are included in this ordinance. So for people who don't like squirrels, you're good. It's in there. The squirrels should not be fed as well. So that's included. And geese clearly in Maxwell Park is a big issue for people. I think if you walk on the waterfront, you've probably had an encounter with a goose protecting its ganders or whatever, geese, goslings, whatever they may be. But they're not always happy to see you on that. And I know that the goose poop makes the lawns a lot less pleasant to relax in on Pier A and also in Maxwell Place Park. So I think we should give this a shot. Hopefully the fact that I was interested to see that this was reported in the media 2 weeks ago, that this was picked up on the one item on the agenda, that was of interest to the media, but I was gratified to see the comments of the National Humane Society because I actually agree with their views on this. So thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, Council President. I also did have, a group of residents that was having a rodent problem in the donut on their block, and it turned out there was a gentleman during COVID that was nervous that the rodents and squirrels and birds were not getting enough food because the restaurants were all closed. So he decided that he would feed the city's vermin. And once we found out what was going on, we were able to conquer the problem. But there's unintentional consequences to the feeding of the birds as well, I believe. So thank you for this.
Ms. Farina, call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Plesko?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Fiorentino?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
President Russo?
Aye.
Hearing on an ordinance amending Hoboken City Code, Chapter 59A, Department of Public Safety, Article 4, Division of Fire, at Section 59A-31, staff to amend Fire Department Table of Organization.
No members of the public. Motion to close the public portion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Farina, call. No? Okay.
Yeah, I just want to speak out in support of this ordinance. We talk about spending money wisely, putting our resources where they make the most impact, and this is exactly that. Through conversations with Chief Peskins and Director Ferranti, you really get an understanding of this is kind of money wisely spent, even though it's going to have a net neutral impact on our budget overall. With this addition of battalion chief, we'll have more enforcement over our policies in the fire department. We'll have improved safety, and we'll have opportunities for advancement as well. So I think this is a net win. I think I encourage the entire council. Hopefully we can get this 9-0 vote. This is really a step forward towards continuing to modernize our fire department.
Council President?
Okay, Councilwoman.
I'm completely supportive of this, but I'm just, during the layoff, when we had the layoffs during COVID, I believe there was, and I could be wrong, but a battalion chief laid off. Does this matter? I mean, is this something that maybe this is a question for?
Demoted.
Come on
it's
up, Chief.
Yeah, please. I just remember there was something with the battalion chief. I can't remember what it was.
There was one battalion chief included in the layoff plan, but ultimately he was not laid off.
He retired.
He retired.
Oh, he retired?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Farina, call the vote.
Mr. Cohen? Aye. Mr. Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Jean Tino?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
President Russo.
Yes.
Hearing on an ordinance amending Chapter 197, Special Improvement District of the City of Hoboken Code.
No members of the public? Can I have a motion to close the public portion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any council members? Mr. Farina, call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Jean Tino?
No.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
President Russo.
No.
Hearing on an ordinance amending the Hoboken City Code, Chapter 36, Cannabis Review Board to expand the position and appointments of the board members and change the process around securing community host agreement.
There's several members of the public who are signed up to speak on this ordinance. Sue Keenan? Speak on this one?
Hello, everybody.
Jen.
Oh, sorry. That's my job.
Thank you for listening to me. I spoke a couple weeks ago. To say that this journey to understand decisions being made on this cannabis journey for our town is a bit exhausting for a lot of people and confusing, and we're trying to understand some decisions that are being made. So to speak to the expansion of the Cannabis Review Board, I think it's important for a couple reasons. That adding this will do the following. It will, adding 4 people, residents that are not in the administration, it will offer a lot more transparency. It'll offer some diversity in thought and non-political opinion. And the public input from the residents that are not affiliated with the administration, I think is important to understand where everybody stands on this. I think there was a lot of surprise a couple weeks ago when you voted to put 6 dispensaries, allow them in without any traffic study, population study. Does it make sense for our small town? I can tell you it doesn't, based on a national average of 100,000 people get 1 dispensary. But you all will decide hopefully you'll decide the right way. Anyway, I think the public perception of how this has progressed is that it's being really pushed through with regulations for Hoboken that seem to be unclear. So I guess I would say I hope you all will vote in favor of adding 4 more people to the board, because I think it's a step in the right direction. I think it's a step in all of us feeling a little bit better on this journey where we don't know where this is going to end, and there's a lot of people that think we're going too fast. So that's what I would say, and I will add one more thing, that if you all think this is so great, and the mayor thinks this is so great for Hoboken, why don't we hear anything about it? We're not hearing, sell us on it then, because we're not hearing anything. It's, so I think none of us are stupid, and it is about the money. So, just make sure you're doing the right thing, because you could be changing the landscape of this wonderful town, and I've been here for 30 years, forever. And if it's about the money, then I say, own it, own it. Be honest about it. It is about the money. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time. Oh, I have one more thing to say. Joe, that forum you did at Johnny Pepperoni's was excellent. And Phil, thank you for coming to the neighborhood meeting and hearing the concerns of your constituents. And there were a lot of them, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Sue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Waiters, did you want to speak on this ordinance? Okay, yep, you're up.
Thank you. Patricia Waiters, 1219 Willow Avenue. Like the last speaker said, I hope you really consider me to bring diversity to the board. I'm involved in every situation that goes on in Hoboken. I'm not going to disappear. I just wanted on a record tonight showing that I'm interested in becoming a member, because I'm not controlled by nobody. I'm not on nobody's political side. I'm nobody's political pal. It's about the residents that live here, and I'm going to call it like I see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Manuel Rivera, did you want to speak on this ordinance as well? Here.
Hello.
Sorry, Manny.
Am I ready?
It was funny.
Yeah, it was. It was. But it's going to take on my time, and I'm not going to have it.
Don't worry, we'll get it.
Yeah, I want to speak on this ordinance, and I want to be quick because I see that Councilmember Ramos may need some assistance, and I hope we get it to him soon.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I see. So, yeah, I want to speak on this ordinance because I have spoken on it before. I think I brought it up, if I am not incorrect. But, yes, I hope the council, as they did last meeting, vote on it. It's just going to add 4 people to the panel. It's good for the transparency of the panel. Again, as the 2 speakers who were ahead of me said, it shouldn't be political positions either. It should just be members of the public. There should be no pay to play. And again, I wish that you would consider it, pass it. It's been up for like 3 times here. And then I have a point of clarity that I would like to have you clear up for me. It's also in the back on first reading with Councilmember Jabor's name on it. So what are we doing on this? Is it first reading? Is it going to pass tonight? Could anybody, I still have time, so if you'd like to answer, if you could answer it at the end, but
Yeah.
I would appreciate it. So yeah, so that's my concerns on this. And again, I would hope that you're able to answer the questions for myself and the public. Again, this is very important because as we all know that everyone has a different opinion on the cannabis. Some think it's a horror, some think it's a moneymaker. But if we clarify it for them, if we have members of the public that walk the neighborhood, that talk to the neighbors, see them in the supermarkets, maybe that person could help this along and there could be more transparency. Now, again, if it's so great, like I always said, why isn't there more public information? New York City runs commercials on this all the time. So maybe put it on the website or maybe have something that people can say, okay, we're going to understand this better because we're getting more information. Again, for or against it, it's coming no matter what. So let's just make it a little bit more accessible so that the people could understand. And, you know, I appreciate your time. Thank you. If you could answer the questions, I still have 2 minutes, but I'll wait.
Thank you, Manny.
Francis Dixon?
Evening, everybody. Really quick, there are something really important to know about Amendment B468 is that there are actually 2 versions right now that are being put forth. There's one that is coming forth later by Councilwoman Jabor, I understand. And there are 2 elements in that need to remain in the ordinance, which Councilwoman Jabor's amendment does not include. And the first one is the mayor negotiates the terms of the community hosts agreement, and the council and the city council then votes on the agreement. That's sort of keeping things in a proper working order from the Cannabis Review Board's current working order, which I don't think is very functional personally with my own experience. Get to that in a second. The second amendment, part of that amendment that is not in Councilwoman Jabor's version, is that the CRB only negotiate community host agreement terms after a vote is taken on the application by the CRB. What's been happening in the CRB meetings a lot, I've noticed, is that they, and it's, you know, I get it. It's a meeting, you're like, let's move to motion, boom, 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 done. You know, I get it. I understand we want to move on it. But we need to still have the power, and, you know, both of these amendments do have community members come on board, which is great. I think it's important for the CRB because there's been some issues, in my opinion, with how the CRB has behaved and how it's gone about its application process. So it's just important that the CRB only negotiate community host agreement terms after a vote is taken on the application by the CRB, that retains inclusivity for the citizens who are going to be directly affected by these dispensaries that are coming in. And they're coming in very, very fast, hard and fast, and there's a lot of money out there. And there is one dispensary in particular that actually my entire building is very much opposed to because the process has been very lax. So just a quick, going to get through this letter hopefully in 3 minutes. From a supermajority of owners of 1314 Hudson Street, directly adjacent to the proposed location for Story Dispensary LLC's cannabis dispensary. For the purposes of keeping an accurate record of those signed on to this letter, all save one owner within 1314 Hudson Street are a party. While we do not speak for our recently deceased fellow owner, we have no doubt his interests would have likely aligned with ours regarding this matter and his investment. This is an open letter expressing our opposition to the insufficient manner in which the Hoboken Cannabis Review Board, and by extension City Council, has gone about reviewing and approving the application by Story Dispensary LLC to install a cannabis dispensary at 5153 14th Street in Hoboken, New Jersey. After poring over the applicant's application materials submitted on February 24th in the Cannabis Review Board's meetings concerning said application, we have concluded that the process of approving Story Dispensary's application has been a case study and frankly poor and opaque governance. We fully acknowledge the laws of recreational cannabis use in our state, but we do see clear problems with the CRB's favorable and notably lax treatment of this particular application. Our issues are fourfold. In this matter, the city has done a poor job of notifying those in adjacent residential buildings of the new type of business being installed. Were this business simply another restaurant, we would have no argument, as property values within our building would not fluctuate notably in such an event due to prior usage of the space in question. However, a cannabis dispensary is an entirely different business with an entirely different turnover rate of customers and an entirely different impact on property values. In fact, two of our owners had no idea that this thing was coming in because it came in so fast and was approved, prior to the later ordinances that came in. They thought they were buying next to a restaurant, and now their equity might be evaporating before their eyes. And in fact, had the CRB actually bothered to read the study included in the applicant's own neighborhood impact report, here after the NIR, they would have learned that A, it was extremely narrow and out of date, B, it only applied to standalone houses as opposed to residential condo buildings and apartment buildings such as ours, and C, it only applied to retail locations which had previously sold cannabis in a medicinal capacity. In short, the CRB seems to have little care for informing itself as to the possible loss in value of our building's units, which they might sustain should this application process continue. Second, the city and CRB have also done a very poor job investigating the potential criminal impact of installing a dispensary adjacent to our building. On page 7 of the applicant's NIR, they argue that their business will reduce crime in the neighborhood by citing an article which states that medical dispensaries in fact increase crime in the neighborhood after they fail or leave, whatever the reason. So according to the applicant's own NIR, it seems that the CRB wishes for Story Dispensary LLC to hold our building hostage upon their arrival, lest we deal with the inevitable rise in crime once they have some unforeseeable future scenario occur where they maybe have to leave. Again, very clear sign of negligence on the CRB, and why I think that the current amendment up by Councilwoman Fisher is sufficient.
Please wrap it up.
Oh, great. Finally, with regards to safety, something about armed guards walking across the street. I think that might also hurt property values. We are concerned about it hurting our property value. And in closing, we're just seeking an immediate halt to Story Dispensary's application pending further studies and neighborhood feedback. It should be noted also that the applicant in question has not reached out to any of the residents within our building or renters, despite their assurances of doing so in the neighborhood impact report included in their application. Simply want to ask you guys, if they're this lax about getting in touch and following through with what they said they were going to do in their application, what else are they being lax about? I just think this is really, really worrisome, and I think that a lot more attention needs to be paid. Thank you for the time over.
No problem.
Diane Rubino, did you sign up to speak on this ordinance?
Who?
Is she still here? Diane Rubino?
No.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Bob Conrad.
Good evening, everybody. Bob Conrad, 1000
Can't hear you.
Street. Can you hear me? No?
Yeah.
Hello? Better?
Yeah.
Better. Okay. Staying with cannabis for a couple of seconds, I want to get back to a few points made at the last council meeting. The first, on the cannabis issue, it really, to me, begs the simple question. If we were starting this process all over again today, would we be doing what we're doing right now? It sounds to me, based on what I heard at the last meeting, that many people here have their doubts, okay? And that we're just running forward with this because either we have to or, but I'm not so sure. I didn't get the feeling that's because we really want it, okay? And that's not a good way to get into something like this. This is a pretty big deal. And I've been doing some reading on it. There are towns around New Jersey, okay? And I applaud the people who raised their hand and said, yeah, I didn't know. Okay, I voted in favor of this, so it's not stigmatization or any of that. I voted in favor of this. I wouldn't have voted for 6. You know, I wouldn't have voted for one at the Hudson Tavern. That's my neighborhood, has been for 35 years. Those were bad choices. And I think a lot of people in our neck of the woods now know that. And all I'm really here to say is, if we had to change it in the interests of the people of that neighborhood, you represent Hoboken. Not Jersey City, not the mayor of Jersey City, okay, I'm saying it, not Weehawken, not Union City, us. And this is a bad idea, executed the way it's been executed, okay? So all I ask is that you as you go forward with this process, to think about us and not just because we're this far, we can't backtrack. I just read Princeton is changing, or they paused. Okay, there are towns around New Jersey that are taking a step back. Okay, just read this afternoon. Now, something could have changed, as you know, as we know from what's happened here tonight. Things change, but they have gone about putting a pause on that. That's worth looking at on behalf of us. Okay, so let's just take a deep breath here, because once open them and repent. Okay, as opposed to testing and reacting. What does it really do to our neighborhood and our quality of life? I got a whole thing on overdevelopment, but we'll save that for another day. For right now, we have too many cannabis dispensaries planned, and it's not good for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marianne Draka. Marianne Draka.
Too low. You're growing, Mary.
Marianne Draker, 159 9th Street. I would like to clarify for the public, if they don't know, because I've been following this, and way before it was even an issue. As you very well know, I came to the meetings in 2018, 2019, whenever they were starting, about them coming to our town. There are already 6 approved places. And this means that we've reached our limit, and I'm to assume that if something goes wrong, then you're going to need to have the board continue with hopefully more people. But right now, it's already been settled. And my understanding is the public doesn't understand, it still has to go to the planning board. Now, how many members are on the planning board? 8, 9? Whatever it is, they have to agree that this is okay. Then, my understanding, it has to come back here. And all of you have got to agree. So, nothing is set in stone for any of these places, which is good news. And good news that I see Blue Violets has some problems at the planning board with their paperwork. So that was the one that I was really concerned about. But as far as them, these people coming on here now, everything seems to be set backwards. Everything is coming about because there's so many questions people have and issues you did not think of ahead of time. So everyone's got to understand there are already 6 in place. Whatever happens at the planning board, whatever happens here, 6 are going forward. Now, I must say that 6 is a lot for the town. It's somewhat evenly distributed, uptown, midtown, a few, downtown, a few. It couldn't have been, except for it's all up front of the town next to the ferries and the path. And yes, it will be utilized by New Yorkers and Weehawken and Union City, where those two last are illegal. So you're expecting a lot of traffic, and we will get a lot of traffic. The one thing all of you have not the foresight to see, maybe so, it will completely change our town. I'm on record, and you wait. It's going to completely change our town. But nobody has ever thought about that. They're thinking about the money. And of course, all those people wanting to open it, they're all coming from places like Boulder, Colorado, Chicago, Illinois, California, Berkeley. They're the big guns. They're going to make the money. And what little pittance you're going to make as a city in the destruction of our social fabric will it be worth it? Personally, I did not vote for this when it came up for election, because if you want something, go get it illegally. That's your business. But once you make it legal, a lot of other people that didn't do it are going to do it now. Because, hey, man, it's legal. Why not? So we're going to have a different town. I can't do anything about it. I smell it everywhere, and it's going to be like that from now on. So just remember, I don't care how many people you have on that board. It's coming, and it's going to change Hoboken. Thank you.
Mary.
Pavel Sokolov.
I won.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pavel Sokolov. Thank you. 12th and Park. It's always difficult following Mary, but I'm going to give it my best shot. So I guess I really want to wax philosophically more on the conceptual issue of representative government. So I really am supportive of this measure because I feel that having more community representation on any board is beneficial to the overall structure and well-being of the town. A lot of the times people more or less don't care about most issues, so they can't devote themselves to be at every city council meeting or get involved on specific boards, but they do care about specific issues, as you've heard from many of the people speaking in the community. So I think opening this up to people that aren't generally inclined to be more politically involved, but do care about this specific issue, will help give a diversity of thought and a breadth of depth of what people are thinking. Very rarely when I walk around town do I hear people talk about politics or civically engaged. But this is one of those few issues. As I was walking by Chase Bank on 14th Street, I saw a bunch of people congregating a few weeks ago and talking about the proposed dispensary on the Hudson Tavern building. That's very rare for me to see, that people are talking to their neighbors about a political issue, getting their views on things. So that means this is a topic that is really being widely discussed. And it would be great if we can kind of tap into these individuals and see what their views are, where they're coming from, and how their experiences, either as owners, renters, college students, affect what we do with marijuana. I personally have no opinion on the usage of marijuana, but I do feel that a lot of other people do, and it'll be great to have them involved in the conversation. My second point related to the specific language of these bills is that checks and balances are important in any form of government. You can see firsthand when the Supreme Court gets all rowdy and decides to vote against human rights, how bad the things are. So we need to be cognizant of the fact that a board of, say, 3 people shouldn't be making these kind of decisions without any oversight. Even, say, an expanded board of 7 people also should have oversight from the city council, from the mayor's office, and from their constituents. I think it's important that whoever makes these decisions really does keep in mind what their constituents need. Whether they're elected city council members or appointees on that board, because we have seen time and time again, when the views of the populace aren't being represented by their government, things happen like bonds failing, recalls, city council people failing to be reelected. So it's really important that when everyone comes together, you all vote, to remember that it's a representative republic. So it's really important that you kind of think of what your constituents might want, even if it's not necessarily what you personally believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Cheryl Fallick.
Go. Good.
Good evening, Council. Before I get started, I
there was a little confusion about something on first reading. Can you add my name back to the public? Thank you. So I rise as full throttle support of cannabis industry coming to Hoboken. I know that there are people who have concerns that I feel are completely legitimate. I personally don't have a problem with 6. I've lived here a long time, so to say the town is going to change, well, you know what? It's changed, so it'll change again. I haven't necessarily been thrilled at some of the changes I've seen in the 40 years I've been here because they put me in a precarious position. So some changes are good, some not so much. The reason I rise is because I hope that the City Council will vote unanimously for the ordinance that's on second reading. There's a different one on for first reading that eliminates part of what's in the one that's up for second reading. And while I'm a full throttle supporter of cannabis industry coming to Hoboken, I am definitely not a supporter of corruption. And for that reason, I want things to have as much transparency and sunlight on them as possible. And my understanding is the additions to the Cannabis Review Board itself are ultimately the same number. But there's also this thing called a host agreement, which makes me a little queasy if it's not going to come before the public body who are elected by us and who are salaried by us. So the one that's on for first reading doesn't actually have the host agreement come to you guys. And that's where my concern is. I don't know why we had to make this change, other than to me it feels non-transparent. And there are some of the concerns that I hear, at least about the uptown dispensary, have to do with transparency issues. I actually read the brief, and I'm reading it, and then I get to count 6, and I'm like, oh my God, there's a whole bunch of dots to connect here that make me feel like there's some corruption coming in with cannabis, and that's not a good thing. And that's from somebody who completely supports the industry coming here. I also think that there's maybe some political gamesmanship. I don't know, but I don't understand why we want to take something that could be fully transparent here. Citizens could come and say, why are you, adding so much money for this, or why didn't you put in money for that? And I know the community can be annoying. I know that. But that's part of the job. It is part of the job. You guys stepped up. You're salaried now. So if the community is annoying, you listen to the annoying community. That's all there is to it. But I worried when I listened to some of the cannabis meetings. It felt like there was some, so are you going to give this to us? And are you going to give that to us? And in my head, I'm hearing, and you're going to put that campaign flyer for me in your window. And I know the windows are blacked out. So just quite simply, if you vote no on this one, in deference to the one that's on for first reading, I'm hearing more than a no. I'm hearing a no because you support adding more corruption to Hoboken. So please vote yes unanimously on the ordinance up for second reading. Thank you.
Sheila Brennan. Who? Sheila Brennan. This one. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Just so I'm clear about what I'm talking about, this is about cannabis?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ordinance.
The board change.
Yes,
Yep.
the one that's up for second reading,
Correct.
right? I listened to some of the hearings for the dispensaries, and one of them made me kind of sit up in my chair when the applicant was asked, now I'm paraphrasing, so if I don't get it quite right, you'll forgive me. So, are you going to sponsor a cop? You know what I'm talking about, don't you? And the guy, I think he was a guy from California, he said, yeah, or Chicago. Yeah, I'm from Chicago, I know all about this. So wasn't aware of these host agreements, but the idea that an applicant that comes before our government asking to be able to open open a business here and is encouraged to donate money to any cause that he's asked to do. Now, the cops are, of course, a worthy cause, but there are lots of other worthy causes. But it just smacks to me of quid pro quo. And it made me really, it blew my mind that they could be actually asked at that moment when they're sort of coming to you as a supplicant to be able to ask, to be asked. And it's not really an ask, it's kind of it seemed to me that it was kind of a requirement or expected. I don't know, it just struck me as wrong on so many levels. And I don't know, it just seems like, and I thought, well, Hoboken is known for corruption. So it just seemed kind of corrupt to me. So if we are going to have host agreements, I would suggest that it be open to the public to talk about what, if we are going to strong arm somebody into giving extra money to get what they want, what about other worthy causes beyond the cops or the firemen or, Save the Whales or whatever? There are many local nonprofits that do good work here who could be added to the list. And I would love to see the public be in the room for those, for creating a list for these things. I'm not opposed to donating to worthy causes, but I think there's a time and a place for it. But it should be, the public should have a say in what these people are asked to donate to. That's all. So my 2 cents, and I'm in favor of the cat. I do not partake, never been my thing, but I am. I'm in favor of it completely. I think that it's high time that we made. High time, yeah, right. Sorry. Okay. High time that we made. Take people out of the shadows. And I think also there's probably a lot of people in this town who might be able to do with smoking a little weed. So, anyway, just my 2 cents. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Kevin Davis.
Hey everybody, I'm Kevin Davis of 1031 Clinton Street, and I support having civilians on the Cannabis Review Board. My only ask for the City Council is that you make it an odd number, because if you have an even number and there's a tie, I would worry about the sort of chaos that would happen. Now, in terms of the actual issue of whether we want dispensaries in our backyard, I think some are worthwhile and some maybe not. If I lived next to the proposed one on 14th Street, I would be opposed to it because I think the footprint is too big, and I didn't like the way they went about not telling their neighbors about it and going to the landowner and marketing it as something other than a dispensary. Now, I actually just got my medical cannabis card. I don't smoke because I know that's the stereotype. I use it for insomnia and it works well, and I think it's my business, my own business. And most people in that position don't want to admit it publicly. I don't care. Think about the people who don't want to say that out loud, and think about policy in terms of, would you want to live right next to it? And would it be a nuisance, and would it help the city? So that's all I got to say about that. Vote to have civilians on the Cannabis Review Board.
Thank you. Members of the public, motion to close.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council President, just a quick housekeeping because it came up in some of the comments. Actually, the ordinance that's on for first reading, number 6, similar to the one that's on for second reading, is being removed.
Any council members?
Council President. So, what'd you say? Oh, yeah, sorry. The quick math, just because I think it came up a couple times, we're adding 4 people to a board that already has 3, so the total board would be 7, so we wouldn't have an odd number. It's the even number is the number of actual residents. what I would say, and to address some of what Sukina mentioned, we can't go backwards in time, but honestly, I think a lot of people on this council, most people on this council, are just trying to figure out, what to do. Like, I don't think anyone in the state of New Jersey, we are watching towns across the state racing forward, pulling back, starting with a no, saying yes, and it's just new territory for everyone. So we're kind of addressing things as they come along. I think, I spoke with Councilwoman Jabour yesterday. I think everyone appreciates the need to have additional members of the public on this board. This is the only board, I think it's the only board, and I usually say things like this and I get it wrong, but I think it's the only municipal board that we have that doesn't have residents, and I think we got to a good place. Some of the other good governance additions that we added are really, some of it's just clarifying. So having the mayor be the one that negotiates, having the city council be able to approve, that happens. We can't approve any contract. The mayor, just by default, is the one who negotiates all contracts for the city. The city council, if there's any money that changes hands, has to approve it. So that happens, but we're clarifying that, and that language came from Corporation Council. And I think some of us have just a different view as to when it's best to talk about what goes in a community host agreement. I definitely think community host agreements are good for our community. It's an opportunity for us to, identify ways that this type of business that is meant to be super profitable, that's still controversial, can really be supportive of the community. And I think, we're still evolving on how the best way to approach it. We've done it a certain way, and I think being able to have more of the public in that conversation is really what the spirit of what this whole ordinance is. So I just want to, there's some back and forth. Everyone voted yes on first reading. I hope everyone votes yes tonight. I mean, I feel like this is good for our community, for everyone on the city council, and it just makes everyone feel like the process is now a shared process as opposed to a siloed process, and that's good for all of us. So with that, I hope everyone supports it.
Councilman Doyle?
Thank you, Council President.
Yeah, I'll go straight down.
Overall, I'm in support of this. One of the aspects in which Ms. Brennan just discussed, I think, is somewhat problematic. But I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But with our land use boards, by analogy, the planning board, the zoning board, there's an applicant before you, and public benefit is a critical component of the process. And so when you're before the planning board or the zoning board, there are conditions in almost every single resolution approving a variance. And the purpose of the conditions are to secure a public benefit. So I did not see the meeting in particular when there was a discussion of the police officer, but if you approve the application and then you turn to them and say, what kind of public benefits might you give us, you've lost your leverage. So when you have an applicant who says, I will plant, 6 street trees, or, I'm not talking about graft. I'm talking about legitimate public benefits that directly impact what the project is. So if people are concerned that a cannabis dispensary is going to cause an increase in crime, a police officer can address that. So this notion that you can't discuss conditions, I think is not a good idea. It's in front of the public, so there's no backroom, arm twisting. If someone says, and if the parties say no, we won't put a street tree in front of our building. If that's the tipping point for you to say, well, fine, if you're not going to do that, then I'm not going to. Not because it's a quid pro quo, but it might be there's a scale, and it's like, how much public benefit are we getting from this? So I would have liked this not to have the absolutely no talk of public benefits being given before the vote. But as I said at the beginning, I'm in support of this nonetheless, and maybe the sponsor will think about fixing that in the future.
I definitely, just to respond to that, I totally take your point. I think and I'd be willing to come up and amend this further to think about the best way for us to engage, and it may be just as simple as having more people on the board. I mean, some of this is at this second, we part of the conversations we've had in the last couple of weeks is kind of what is the function of the Cannabis Review Board, especially given we have approved the maximum 6 licenses. First of all, they all still have to go through the planning process. They have to go to the state. They have to get their state approvals. But on an ongoing basis, no different than the ABC board, if there's violations of rules and local laws, the CRB board will be the one that kind of reviews those and determines if there's fines or suspensions or anything. So it does have a continuing life. So the issue specifically is probably less in front of us now, but I'd still be happy to work and figure out a better solution for that. So.
Do you have anything?
Yeah, I was actually just reviewing my emails from March of 2020 when the ordinance for cannabis was initially brought up when I was the chair of the zoning committee, and we were discussing actively a larger cannabis review board at that time. It seemed that the reasoning for making it a smaller number was to help expedite the process. It's clear that, again, a smaller number of people to me has not answered the concerns of the community. It was discussed, and it looks like it was pulled from an agenda, in mid-March as we tried to figure out and hash out the exact language of it. I don't see why having residents, interested residents, as part of community boards wouldn't be a good thing here. I got my start on the zoning board. I found a passion for land use and an understanding of zoning through that. I think that there's a number of interested residents that really care about the community, care about the issue of cannabis. I do urge everyone not to necessarily demonize cannabis. I think it is a very important conversation to have regarding mental health, addiction. That being said, I don't think increasing the number of folks on this board is a bad thing. It's a good thing. So I would be in support of Councilman Fisher's ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman?
So while I agree with Councilwoman Fisher that you can't go back in time, I have heard that if you eat a large enough brownie, you can feel like you're going back in time. So there's some benefits there. So with respect to, with this, I do have some issues with the ordinance as it stands. So I do hope we can make changes to it over time. Is 7 the right number? I don't know, maybe it's too many, but one thing I do know is in conversations with the public, and you just know this inherently, people don't like it when they feel like things are happening to them with no control. So it's a net benefit to be inclusive, as inclusive as we can in this process. I am one of the folks who I think is owning this, to Sue's point. I think cannabis will be a net good for Hoboken. I want to see these places open up as soon as possible. One, to cure some of the social injustices that has happened. Two, to Mr. Davis' point, open up that market for those who need it and use it responsibly. And then 3, we need the revenue. Is it about the money? In some capacity, absolutely it's about the money. We had a budget conversation earlier today where we're arguing over whether 5.6 is too much. Well, currently as it stands, that's what it's going to cost to run the city in the way that we need it to run next year. We're going to keep looking for savings. But if we had this extra revenue source, that number would undoubtedly be less. Those are just the facts. So in further conversations that I've had with the public over the past couple weeks and months, one thing I think we can agree on, and some folks in this room, is, look, we know it's going to happen. So what I'd like to see happen is let's switch this conversation to when they're open, how do we make sure that they're open responsibly, that they stick to their word, that they're good community partners. I'd like to see the conversation shift to what are the markers that we're going to put in place to identify the bad eggs. Mr. Brennan was up here 2 weeks ago, and I made a reference to there being 100-something liquor licenses, and he made the right point. There's good bars and there's bad bars. Well, there's going to be good dispensaries and there's going to be bad dispensaries. I want to find the bad dispensaries as soon as possible, make sure that they move on so that we can open it up to good, responsible dispensaries so that this can be the net good that I know it's going to be.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, Council President. Corporation Counsel, I had asked you at the last meeting about putting a pause on it and asked you to look into Princeton, which someone brought up tonight. Did you have time to, over the last 2 weeks, to research that?
Yeah, so we looked at Princeton, and Princeton actually never approved it to Assistant Corporation Counsel actually spoke to the attorney for Princeton, so they never approved it. The state law is you can say no, but once you say yes, you're in it for, I believe it's 5 years.
Once you say yes, you have to...
You have to stay in.
Thank you. As for the host agreement, I am completely against... I actually don't even think it should be brought up at the Cannabis Review Board. It's a review board. They're not actually giving them permission to have a license here. It's just the first step. And the board attorney before each vote says, this is not quid pro quo, but what are you willing to give the city? It sounds really bad. It looks really bad. It's not something I think the city should be partaking in. The mayor's going to negotiate it anyway. So let's just vote on this ordinance as is. That's exactly why I wanted that in there. So the mayor will be the one negotiating, but when you sit there and have an attorney that keeps using the word quid pro quo, not quid pro quo over and over again, in everyone's mind, it's like, oh my God, this is quid pro quo. So I hope you all will be supportive of this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few thoughts on this. First, with respect to the host agreements, I think we may be hearing more, as we talk about living with this. My understanding is the Cannabis Review Board only makes recommendations, that when it gets to the mayor's office and the administration, they're the ones under the Faulkner Act who negotiate. But by having the recommendations, or kind of what Councilman Doyle was referring to, where you have an experience where you hear from the community, you hear feedback, you hear negatives, you hear concerns, and you have recommendations on how you might be able to address those concerns, that could be included in the recommendations from the CRB that goes to the city, so that the city would get the benefit of whatever it was that the members of the CRB learned from their hearing. So again, they're not negotiating it. They can't negotiate it. They're legally not permitted to under our form of government. The administration is the body that negotiates these agreements. So I think we may be having additional conversation after tonight about this with respect to that issue. I would amend something that my friend Councilman Quintero said, to say that I hope that we have rules in place that prevent bad operators from ever opening in Hoboken, in addition to finding the ones that operate badly and remove them. I think that if we put the conditions in place with respect to the regulations that we have that exist, with respect to their operations, the tinted glass, the security, the many, many things that I detailed in a community newsletter that I sent out, that we're increasing the likelihood that this will not be a bad experience for the community. That's what our hope is, and that's what our expectation will be. But we will see. We'll find out. But my hope is that we never have a bad operator in this city, and that the process is set up in a way that minimizes the likelihood of that happening. So those are my comments. Thank you, Council President.
Call the vote.
Councilman Ramos, you've been a trooper. The only thing I want to say is I support this amendment. So on that, Ms. Farina, call the vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Piantino?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
Mr. Ramos?
Aye.
President Russo?
Aye.
Council President.
Feel better.
Bye, Rube.
Bye, Ruben.
Public comment on resolutions.
Yeah. It's de-COVIDized. It's at the top. You have it twice in a row like that?
Just left though.
We're going to go to public comment on agenda items.
Manuel Rivera?
I think you have to wait 3 days.
And Manny, I'm
Okay.
sure you got your answer about the other one.
Okay. I just want to come up on these agenda items. I'm going to mention a few because I'm not going to get up every moment. What I'm talking about here is the one that has come up last week, and it's kind of a little confusion again. It is 1A. It's in consent agenda. Is it correct that when a resident asks a question on consent agenda that you either pull it out or, put it in another meeting, or do you still vote on it?
No, if you're speaking on something and no one from the council has any comments on that, we just leave it on the consent agenda.
Okay.
But that's why you have the opportunity to speak about it before we vote.
Okay, perfect. So my question on this is, it's, again, I don't want to nickel and dime you, but it continues to be on every single agenda item, especially with the lawyers. It's a constant adding, I think it's an adding. $67,488 was last time you spoke on it on May 18th. This is for the translators in the municipal court, I believe it is. Again, sounds like a lot of money, sounds like a little bit of money in the grand scheme of things, but we have to control the spending in different ways when everybody's over here fighting for, their livelihoods. But I believe that if you could clarify that for the people when they see it again, it was in the cannabis thing, but it comes up a couple of times, and I would like to know, why do we continue to add little things? I understand that sometimes the prices go up, but 67,000, I don't know how many people, doesn't say, but it's a bit of a crunch of money. So in other words, I'm just going to say the other ones really quickly. Again, there's for the lawyers and all of these things, it just keeps adding up to the budget, and I'm sure that the council vice president is aware of it, and she must crunch the numbers with the people who are on that committee. But if this is extra, or if this goes up, it keeps on adding. Is it something that these folks cannot work within their budgets, that they have to continually add and add and add because the person who we are paying keeps asking for more? Can this council make a decision and say to the folks that we are negotiating with, if it's the mayor, send a memo telling them that they have to cap it at some point? We're not an open wallet. We cannot be continuously giving money to these folks. Perhaps well-deserved if she's a translator or they're translators or whomever, but we don't pay our municipal workers anything, any raise, nothing. Once again, and I'm going to do it for my final remarks, but, we got to pay the municipal people, and we got to pay them better if we're going to be paying these folks all of this money. And I will leave it at that, and I will close my comments later. Thank you.
Diane Rubino, did you want to speak on an agenda item? Is she here? No. Okay. Edward Reap?
Yes. So the agenda item I want to speak on is that I believe this Friday you guys are going to be making it National Gun Violence Awareness Day in Hoboken. I am fully in favor of that. Gun violence is absolutely awful. Wasn't there like a shooting or something in May or whatever in Hoboken? So I'm in complete agreement with what you guys are all doing. We're on Friday of the first Friday in June, I think it said in the agenda. You're going to make it Gun Violence Awareness Day. Whether people, however people feel as far as gun control laws or whatever, I'm very pro-Second Amendment, but I also abhor gun violence and obviously the misuse of weapons. So I think that's an awesome idea. I want to applaud Emily Jabor for her involvement in trying to stop gun violence, whether it's crazy psycho killer type gun violence or gang violence. It's all awful. Completely agree with that. I invite Emily Jabor to celebrate her dislike of gun violence, just however necessary. And I hope that organizations like that fight against gun violence. And I personally, I think the best way for people to argue against gun violence, to celebrate Gun Violence Awareness Day for that Friday, is that at nightclubs they should all play anti-gun songs like the fantastic country song, The Devil's Right Hand, which maybe folks could do that at karaoke. So fully in favor of that. Excellent idea. I want to praise Emily Jabor for having Friday be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. I believe in gun rights, but hopefully no one ever has to use them. So that's awesome, wonderful, amazing. This is a wonderful, wise, moral city council of amazing people because they ended the mask mandate. So, or the mayor did. But anyway, wonderful, amazing city council, great, awesome, beautiful people. One thing I also want to point out is just to quickly correct the record from earlier in the night. DeFusco, I totally agree with everything you said. That's wonderful. There was an incorrect statement, however. There is actually an out gay legislator in the New Jersey State Assembly in Trenton. The man's name is Don Guardian. He's a gay Republican, the former mayor of Atlantic City. Joseph Bronco, the chairman of the Hoboken Republican Party, actually had dinner with him at Dino and Harry's earlier this week. So yeah, we do have out gay people in the New Jersey State Legislature. That is 100% the case, and they are Republicans, and we're all, with the Hoboken Republican Party, very, very much in favor of inclusivity and freedom. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Ed.
Mike Evers.
Your magic.
Mike Evers, 252 2nd Street.
Too high.
I wanted to make a few comments about the proposed code to change to the rent
Mike, could
control.
you take a step closer to the mic?
The rent control ordinance.
I love the change in tone.
I think there's I'm obviously a big fan of affordable housing. I'm coming at this from two angles, though, both as a small landlord and as an advocate for affordable housing. I think that this ordinance needs some rethinking. The basic principle that maybe the maximum rent control increase is too high, that maybe the vacancy decontrol increase is too high. That's an issue that's worth discussion and may have merit, but this policy seems kind of reactive, the ordinance seems kind of reactive, and I think it also represents a missed opportunity. If you're going to open up the issue of annual rent control increases and stuff, why don't you do something much smarter than most municipalities do? Okay, and I'd suggest you might want to table this and consider some of these questions before bringing it back, okay? But before I go anywhere with that, one of the sections here is really problematic. Section 155.32, it states here that if in fact the landlord has taken action against a tenant who has overstayed the term of their lease, that fails to account for the fact that many tenants are on month-to-month rental arrangements. So how do you figure this out? And if I evict you and get the right to regain control of the property, and you don't leave, it creates a gray area where somebody employing an enthusiastic tenants' right advocate could, in fact, argue that you can't get the benefit of the rent increase because of this gray area. You might want to tighten up that language. Okay, but more to the point, you have to ask the question, who is this going to affect, first of all? Now, there are large landlords in town who, as I gather, are not really subject to rent control. So you're really passing an ordinance to affect small property owners. And I think the second question you have to ask is, how is this going to encourage people to continue to rent properties rather than, as is common now, particularly in the R1 district, tearing down 3-story 19th century houses and replacing them with 4-story condominium developments, because it makes more sense to do that. That needs to be thought through. You also want to think about the effect on the recent ordinances letting landlords catch up from the rent moratorium. Arguably, this ordinance negates that ordinance, okay? Finally, or not necessarily finally, but close to finally, why are we using the CPI? I mean, I understand it's used all over, but just because everybody's using it doesn't mean it's a smart index to use to calculate rent increases. I own a couple of buildings in low-income neighborhoods, not in Hoboken, all right? I know what it costs to run buildings, and it has little to do with the price of bread or milk, or even gasoline for that matter. The cost elements of running a building for rental purposes are fairly small in number and can be easily measured if somebody wanted to do it. And I would suggest you consider using this ordinance to pioneer this approach, which I think would be better for all municipalities that use rent control. Come up with a little legitimate index of the cost of operating a rental property. Insurance, property taxes, you covered that a little bit in the existing ordinance. Fuel, those are the things that determine whether a landlord's costs are going up or down, not something as vague as the consumer price index. 3 suggestions for vacancy decontrol, drawn from other municipalities I'm familiar with, okay? First issue, there are apartments in town with extreme variances. People who've lived there for 30 years, and their rents are so out of whack with the prevailing market rate that you might want to consider a provision for landlords in that situation. I'm not one of them. That after that tenant generally dies but doesn't live there anymore for reasons that aren't forced displacement, there should be some way to adjust that rent. Because otherwise you're just handing out a super cheap apartment to somebody pretty much because they won the lottery in terms of getting an apartment. Secondly, Irvington. The township of Irvington has an interesting approach to vacancy decontrol. They recently got rid of their total decontrol ordinance. They allow apartments to be brought up to the median rental price for that apartment, basically the metric used for Section 8 housing in a municipality. Okay, that might be something to consider. That actually, in case of Hoboken, probably would lower it. So you probably want to have some ability to adjust to the fact that Hoboken is more expensive. The last one, and then I'll go away. Jersey City has a concept called vacancy capital improvement, which might merit consideration, particularly for these long-term rentals that look like sets from some sort of period piece movie on how Les Miserables lives or something like that. They have a fixed metric. You are allowed to, if the apartment is vacant, you have a fixed metric. You put improvements into the property, and you are allowed to raise the rent as a result. But they're constrained. I mean, you can't triple the rent.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, these are things I'd consider. But thank you for letting me speak. I just think if you're gonna open up this issue and change the ordinance, you might want to give it a little bit more thought than just capping this and doing that. Think through the whole thing and make it a really good ordinance so you can put that on the list of things you're recognized for regionally, Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Fallick.
Just,
just
no problem.
public comment, not
Public
agenda
comment.
items. Okay. That's it.
No other members on the
On
agenda?
resolutions or agenda items?
Motion to close.
Council
public portion.
President, I think people signed up for,
Wrong spot?
yeah.
Not
So
done.
you might want to just ask if people
If there's an
wanna-
item that's on the agenda, if it's a resolution or if it's on for first reading, you can speak on it at this time. Mr. Sokoloff.
They changed that
We
recently.
changed that to was it last meeting? All right. We'll take care of it.
This is how we've been doing it the last few meetings. I'm not sure. Right? Haven't we?
Yeah. Yeah, problem.
Yes, my apologies. I signed up incorrectly. I was meaning to speak on the CPI rent control ordinance, so thank you. Basically, this is a little bit of a self-interest. My parents own my building. We have tenants, and they are rent controlled, so naturally, I'm inclined to be interested in this topic. Sorry. Yep. So like I said, my parents own my building. We have tenants. We are under rent control, so this topic is naturally of interest to me. So, of course, this is a balancing act between, the importance of affordability in Hoboken and the lack of displacement. Of course, with, there's a profit motive and being able to sustain your investment. Like one of the previous speakers said, I also do find CPI kind of a funny metric to use because CPI is basically, a basket of goods for a regular household that tracks, food, gas, oil, things like that, which don't necessarily perfectly track with what housing needs. For example, a big chunk of what we pay is, our mortgage, so that tracks with interest rates. Hopefully we all have locked-in mortgages because we're going up 50 basis points a couple more times. But also property taxes, right? So one of the things that came up earlier in the year and that I always had a question with is what can we as landlords pass on to our tenants, right? Because ideally, if let's say we have rent control and we're capped at 4%, that means that tenants should expect at worst a 4% raise, right? In their rents year to year. But what happens if there are special items? And I guess something I would love to get clarification on regarding future projects. For example, if we did bond for $1/3 billion, or if the DPW bond goes through, is that something that the landlords have to eat? Or can we clearly say to our rent control tenants that yes, these costs will be passed on to you? Because, there was a lot of conversation about, what can be passed on, what's misinformation, what's accurate information. So I think it would be great if we get some clarity going into the future as to how renters will actually be affected. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to do, what's his name? Ron Simoncini? Simoncini. Apologies.
Uh-oh, it's frozen.
You broke it.
Council President, Council, thank you for hearing us tonight. I'm also here to talk about the rent control proposal. With a reminder that in 2013, there was a vote on vacancy decontrol in Hoboken, and 49.66% of the people voted for full vacancy decontrol. And the will of those voters was expressed at that time. And they certainly weren't going to say at that point that vacancy decontrol should be rolled back from 25%, which on an $800 apartment is $200 a month, to 10%, which on an $800 apartment, which is, by the way, 1/3 of market, is $80 a month. And there are 1,000 apartments in Hoboken with rents like that. So when they vacate, you're sentencing them to decay. There's no way somebody can afford to fix up that apartment after a 20-year tenancy where there's an $800 rent. And we all know that. So this kind of proposal says we'll fly in the face of what we actually know. And I don't think we need to do that. And the reason is because in 2011, and the only member here I think that was a member then was Mike, 2011, we spent 14 months doing 9 meetings on rent control. You were on that committee. And on that committee, we exhausted every single facet of the rent control ordinance. And the council at that time said, we probably should increase the vacancy decontrol rate. But instead of doing that, we're going to fill it in some other way. This council hasn't done 14 months worth of research on rent control. This council said that what it did was looked at other ordinances in Hudson County and found that Hoboken's ordinance is somehow defective because it doesn't mimic the brilliance of Brian Stack in Union City. And we know what the housing conditions are in Union City. Is that what we want to sentence Hoboken to? That sort of thing? The other thing is, if you'd really done your research, you would have found the vacancy decontrol that Jersey City has, which actually allows every apartment to be priced based on the owner's willingness to invest in that apartment. What you've done here is you've told the owner you're going to get a 10% increase. And I will tell you what the owners have told me. I'm not going to do anything. So if I have a 30-year-old kitchen, next year that's going to be a 31-year-old kitchen and I'm going to get $80 more a month for it. Is that what we want to send Hoboken's housing stock to? No, it's not. We know it's not. We know we haven't done the right amount of research. We know that we can't live with this particular ordinance at this particular time. And here's another proof that the research that's required here really wasn't done. In New York City, they have a rent guidelines board, which does exactly what a previous speaker said. It looks at actual costs of operating apartments, and it lets owners increase their rents by that amount every year. Anybody guess what it is this year? 9.5%. And you're capping at 5? Random number, 4. Picked out of the sky. Random number, 4 seems right. The whole purpose of having CPI is not to put a cap on it. The purpose of having CPI is to say, when costs increase, we know that we want to sustain the housing product as it was before the costs increase. And in order to do that, we have to allow those people to collect more rent. It's QED. It's so simple. It's so obvious. And the fact that if you don't let it happen, you know what you're doing. You know you're creating decay. So how do you justify that as a council? I don't think you can. I don't think in the face of all that information, in the face of all the history in Hoboken, in the face of what we know economically is going to work and not work, in the face of the fact that we know that we can't even run the city on a 4% increase every year. How's somebody who's in private business supporting somebody else's house supposed to do that? So my suggestion would be you should at least convene a stakeholder meeting. At least sit and really actually look at what the standards for rent control are in places that show some insight. I was part of another 2-year examination in Jersey City that started in 2018 and ended in late 2019. And in that, what happened? Did they say we should change our vacancy decontrol ordinance? Yes, they did. We should make it more liberal. Did they say rent control was affordable housing? No. Their housing director testified, you will not get any more affordable housing out of this ordinance no matter what you do to it. We have to build affordable housing if we're going to get it. Because the people who are applying for that housing are not going to get it if they're income deprived. It's QED. Sit, listen to the people who are actually involved in this, in the business, and the tenants. Figure out what you're really hearing. Figure out what you really want to do with the housing stock in Hoboken, and then come out with a set of recommendations. But don't just, here's what we should do.
Any other members of the public on, sure, go ahead. Which person is this?
Just state your name. Ladies and gentlemen,
Just come closer
we'll
to the
take
mic.
care of it. Thank you.
My name is Albert Bizzetti. I'm a landlord here in town for almost 20 years. I bought my first building in 2002, actually. And little by little, I've tried to build something up, a small business, like many others. And, I've come to hear about your rent control ordinance early this morning, with a pretty busy day. But I felt it was really important to come here and be heard. And I do agree with Mr. Simone, or I don't know the gentleman, but with his sentiment, I want the board to just consider a couple things. I see that there's a proposed cap on the CPI of 4% per year. I went back, being a landlord, I know it, but I wanted to compute what the actual CPIs for the last 10 years in Hoboken would total or equal compound on any rent. And what I found is that it's 20.1% if you don't compound it. If you compound it, it's 21.86%. So it's a little over 2%, no, less than 2% a year if you compound it. That includes the highest increase on record that I've seen in many, many years, which would be for July 1, which is 6.3, as you all well may know. And I think that there's a little bit of a rush to judgment here. We're all in the same boat. We all have increasing costs. We've all been socked right in the mouth, in particular landlords. I put more money improving my units to just try to rent them at reduced prices during COVID when everybody was fleeing, and taking less and giving a month free, 2 months free, paying a broker, everything back in. All of my investment over 20 years has gone into these properties, my retirement. Well, why? To try to build a little business also, but to do the right thing for the tenants, who we believe if you do the right thing for them, it's a quid pro quo. You get taken care of reasonably. You don't take advantage. They stay. You make money. You don't have turnover. They keep the place nice. You try to make a nice place for people, and you get rewarded in return. At any rate, I just want everybody to keep in mind, 21.86% compounded over 10 years. Think about that, and think about the wages of people over 10 years. The wages have gone up much faster. So the component of rents to wages, it's not holding for landlords. The only thing that allows that catch-up is the vacancy decontrol, the 25% vacancy decontrol. Why? Well, if you have a long-term tenant that is paying $1,000 a month, and they leave after 30 years, 20 years. I have some long-term tenants. We do the right thing for them. Eventually, they leave. If they want to go to a retirement home, they move to family, they move to senior housing, they need an elevated building, whatever the circumstances is or are. But at the end of the day, at that point, and I have apartments right now, this is like real time. That point, you have to do something with that apartment. And if you don't renovate it and upgrade it and get a little something by way of a vacancy decontrol more than $100, how do you spend tens of thousands of dollars and then justify it? I can tell you right now, I have what would be otherwise a nice apartment. I can just spend a couple $1,000s, clean it up a little, and I have to put maybe Stevens students in a unit that I wouldn't want to put my own children in. I mean, why should I have to do that? That really, this rent control ordinance should be studied. And I don't think that's really what the board wants either, or the town wants. I mean, if you want that, we can have frat houses and we can do all of that. I mean, that's not really my game, not what I think is what I'd like to do. I like to have people responsible, not to say that younger people aren't also. I have some very nice younger tenants, but I make sure that they respect the place, and I like to keep a nice place. So I think that in life there has to be a balance. 21.86% in CPIs over 10 years is not a balance for the landlords in terms of holding to the cost. The vacancy decontrols every 3 years. By the way, 25% every 3 years, it sounds great. Give that to me on every one of my units, and I'll go and beg, borrow, and try to buy a couple more buildings. Okay? That doesn't happen. People leave. Yeah, you're lucky if you get a vacancy decontrol. But when tenants have low rents, guess what happens? They stay. They stay. So now you're going to tell me I have $1,000 rent. It started at $830. 10 years ago, it probably is it's exactly 1.21866 times that, so about 1,000. And now I can only get $100? That's not American. That's not America, right? I mean, there's a balance. That doesn't strike the balance. So I would suggest to you that 25% decontrol
I'll start wrapping it up.
Is critical to landlords and only fair. And I say that, and I respect tenants, but I'm also a landlord. I've been there, but it's got to be a balance. I ask everybody not to rush to judgment and just consider both sides. And maybe we could have a meeting with landlords, too. I don't know how this all came up, but I'd like to be at the table. I'd like to discuss responsibly, respectfully, and strike a balance.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you.
Add you back? Sure. Rosemary Markle. Ooh, that was louder. Tell your friends not to be so insulting about the lack of research that wouldn't be nice.
No, this is still agenda, Mary.
Agenda.
Right, but we were originally told you
Yeah,
couldn't
no,
speak about first
that's
reading.
why that's why we're
Thank
making
you
sure
for calling
everybody
me up.
could speak.
I'm here about the rent control ordinance. As you know, I'm one of the mom and pop landlords that are subjected to all of these, plus the extra taxes that we can't pass along to tenants. What I feel is happening is there are landlords in these big properties that are killing the tenants, because I read all the posts. Their increases are 300, 400, 500, 600. So rent control officers like, oh, well, we need to take this under control. You can't. They are not under rent control. Just the small landlords are. And we've all lost income during COVID. I still have not brought my rents back up because I can't. You want to keep your tenants. There's a juggling act for us as well. I pay for the heat in my building. My gas went up. It almost doubled or close to tripled. I have to eat that. I can't say to the tenants, oh, well, extra money, I want more money, because they'll run right up to rent control and I get stuck. 4%, really. We really have to look at this. The only people that are being given, I feel it's a punishment for those of us that are really under rent control laws. And everyone needs to think about that. We're the only ones that have true and affordable housing apartments. All these new buildings are exempt from 25, 30 years. They're the ones that are hammering the tenants right now, and as a result, this law comes out and we're taking the brunt of it again. I really hope you take into consideration, and, you know, I agree that 25% helps when someone moves out, if they move out. I would love to be getting $2,000 a month rent, but I don't. You know, our taxes are going up, and yeah, we could apply for our, what is that again we have to get for the tax?
Tax surcharge.
Surcharge, which is absolutely absurd. Taxes aren't going down. Yet every year we have to go back to get this and then say to the tenant after they signed a lease, well, I'm sorry, now here's your surcharge for taxes and water. It should be included in the rent. Every year if the taxes go up, we should be able to just adjust that, but you can't. You have to go for surcharge. I would hope that you would consider all of that, especially for senior citizens. There are quite a few of us that are in your ward, Michael, that own these properties. We have no incentive to keep them. My brother asks me all the time, you ready to sell? You know what's going to happen. Those 8 affordable units are gone. And if that's what you all want, more power to you. Right now, I'm not selling. So please reconsider all of this and take us into consideration as well as the tenants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Fallick. Oh, sorry, I thought you were gone. I'll put you next.
Do you want to go first?
No, go ahead, Cheryl.
She left, didn't she?
Good evening again, Council. I wasn't going to talk, but then I just sit here and listen to this. So I'm fairly confident that your ordinance for first reading on this rent control changes will pass. And I actually think the council people who put this forward should be commended. You're hearing a lot of stuff here. Gee, if only you had somebody in town who had an answer for every single thing you just heard. If only there was somebody here. Well, as luck would have it, first, a holdover tenant who gets evicted is no longer a holdover tenant. They are an evicted person. New York City, the Rent Guidance Board, I'm going to read you what it says. For a one-year lease commencing on October 1, 2022, and on or before September 30, 2023, 2% to 4%. Now, I don't want to personalize it, but I am going to tell you that I am from two things. First of all, I have all the sympathy in the world for Rose Merkel, because those are the landlords that we do want to protect. My landlord is one of them, too. I don't want to see them waved around by big property owners who actually know our policy is one thing, what happens in practicality is another thing. A landlord will come up here who recently bought a property and probably spent too much money. Now he's going to whine. We do have rent control. A property owner is going to, oh, they're only paying $1,000. That property owner has capital improvement that he can file for. He can file for a hardship if it was a prudent investment. These changes, the 4% cap, that's what every other town in Hudson County has. And they're going to whine in Hoboken, where truth be known, behind the backs of many of your tenants and all of your residents in those files are the most extraordinarily high rents that you could possibly imagine. The property owners, the big investment real estate funds, the portfolio managers, the investors, developers, people I have no sympathy for. They have things, thanks to Z88, the 2011, nobody's following any rules anymore. That gave them carte blanche. The problem you wanted to fix, missing files, well, you just exacerbated it. But behind the backs of the citizens, you have studios where the real estate investor developer has a letter from the city that says your legal rent is $4,800. Your one-bedroom apartment, your legal rent is $10,000, and these are not renovated units. So all this whining, forget about it. As far as the vacancy decontrol, someone like Rose, who has long-term tenants, who cares about them, this is a unique problem. But this is not the problem of the Mr. Simoncini's of this world. You have a complicated problem, but it's not let's go back and mess up the rent control ordinance again. You have a process problem. You have a, gee, I'm afraid to touch this problem. And the reason you're afraid to touch this is because of this nonsense. 4%, it's not only Hudson County, it's Union County. And as far as the vacancy decontrol, if you have a tenant that leaves and your rent is $1,000 and it's a studio, but you have a letter from the rent leveling office that tells you the legal rent on this studio is $5,000, what difference does it make? If it's 25% vacancy or 10% vacancy, you have gutted your laws from the inside out. So don't pay any attention to this. Councilman Doyle, oh, through the chair. Councilman Doyle? Councilman Jabour, is it you? Don't be like that. You did the right thing. Pass this now, ignore the noise, pass it on second reading. I'll be back then. Thank you.
Patricia Waiters. So this is for agenda items. Yes.
Patricia Waiters. I had to make sure Ruben gets settled in bed. He's sick. All right.
Yes, he is.
Real quick, on page 5, he just brought it to my attention too. This was Ruben's ordinance, right? Even though it was first reading. Jerry, I want to make sure you put my application in again. He just brought it to my attention that they're going to redo the whole handicap committee. That's what this is about. Okay, you have it on page 5, number 3.
Subcommittee on handicap.
Yeah.
And CL2.
Pat, you could just go through them. Just talk about them.
I'm gonna do it real quick.
Yeah, don't waste your time calling them out. Just
All
keep
right.
going.
Well, see, the awareness, national gun awareness. Thank you, Ms. Jabor. I think this should be, because it's a national problem right now. And in June, too, is June 19th. We want to recognize that, too, especially with the fact that with the gun issues that happen in New York, in Buffalo, New York, I mean, we got to really take this serious and combat this as a team. And I'm glad to see that on the agenda tonight for the gun awareness. And on, the lawyer for not rent control, for affordable lawyer. Is this that guy, So Abel, whatever his name is, the lawyer you guys have for years?
No,
Is
different. That's different.
This a new attorney, but is he here to protect the tenants? Because, I mean, I advocate for a lot of tenants that come to me, and I have a couple right now in court with respect to affordable housing. And when I visit that guy a couple of years ago downstairs, it don't apparently seem like he's for the tenant. Is this lawyer tonight that's being hired, is he going to help the tenants with issues with respect to, that's not what he's here for?
It's for the board.
For the board? For you? Okay, so we screwed in that. And one more. The block grant for HUD, Cohen CD3, the community development block grant. Do Housing Authority get some of this grant, please, for redevelopment? Is this for housing? Yes? Okay, thanks, Matt. I'll be back on the public portion.
All right. Thank you, Pat.
I think that's it. Oh, there's another. Sheila Brennan.
Thanks again. Hi, everybody, once again. Thank you for doing the right thing to Councilman Doyle and Council Vice President DeBoer. I know everybody's probably taken an awful lot of flack for it, so it was very brave. I also would encourage, there's a lot of talk about coming to the table and bringing in, stakeholders in. This was put forth without any conversations with Hoboken Fair Housing Association, so I would again urge that we be at the table if any other conversations are to be had.
Excuse me.
Certainly nobody on the face of the earth knows more about rent control in Hoboken than Cheryl Fallick. She should definitely be at the table for any conversations about the rent ordinance. I also want to mention that I'm a landlord. I own several properties. And for me, it's about, these people are my responsibility. I don't raise their rent. I fix things as soon as they break. I take good care of my properties and my tenants. And, this is a business, but it is a business that involves human beings and people with families and responsibilities and stories. And the idea that, you're throwing around numbers. Well, that 9%, 9.5% out of nowhere percent, or that's 4%, could make a big difference in someone's life in terms of a tenant. It could make or break them. A little bit of extra rent in my pocket isn't going to change my life any, but it might do some lasting harm to my tenant. So I would rather keep good people who are going to take good care of my properties for the long haul, raise their children there, and live a happy life, because I feel very responsible for them. And I guess the REIT funds don't feel that way, and the big landlords don't feel that way, but I do. So there's a human factor here that I think often gets forgot about when we're talking about price of operating costs going up and this and that. The bottom line is landlords would not be able to make any money at all if it weren't for their tenants. So what I hear is a lot of grousing about how the rents are not high enough. It's never enough for these people, okay? These are people with lives, and they're not cogs in a wheel or widgets on an assembly line. They are the central factor in running a property. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be cashing checks every month. I wouldn't be able to put money away for the future. So I thank God for my tenants, and I take good care of them. And I don't grouse about how little rent they're paying. I am grateful for them, and I am responsible for them. And I want to just bring the human factor back into this discussion, because these are people, and they matter. So those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rafi Cordova. Oop. Yep.
Ken, he's not that short.
Hi, this is my first time here. First of all, I want to thank Councilman DeFusco for his words. I really appreciate them. And 2, I would have packed this place with tenants tonight, but I thought it was a no-brainer, that it would be everybody would be on board for this. And as to the landlords that just spoke, I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I can't stand there and hear the nonsense. There are so many provisions for landlords on that ordinance to recoup their money. One of the people that spoke tonight went to the rent board and got thousands of dollars for capital improvements. If they improve their properties, they get compensated. If they come to the taxes, somebody was crying about taxes, they can pass a tax surcharge. One landlord told me tonight, oh, it's too much trouble, you have to do it every year. Well, if you want your money, you can have it. That's That's 2. 3, if you're in hardship, you can petition the board for a hardship increase in rent. If you show that you really are in trouble, that you can't make ends meet, there's ways to go around that one. And, you know, if you read the ordinance, if you bother to look at it, all the answers are there. All that we're asking is to have a little consideration for the people who haven't been as fortunate as all of you to be able to own their own apartments, to have mortgages or to have properties outright, and to be able to live in Hoboken. Now, if you want a Hoboken that is full of white rich people, then that's okay. You guys are here, and I appreciate each and every one of you because you were elected by us. But landlords might show up with checkbooks. We show up with votes. We put you guys there. And therefore, you know, I expect that you at least take it into consideration, pass it tonight on first reading, then have a conversation about it. I read your email. I think a conversation should be had, and then you can decide further. But don't kill it tonight, please. Tenants, I don't know how many people, don't even bother. It's going to be raining. It's a shoo-in. And boy, was I mistaken, obviously. Hopefully, you won't let me down or any of us down. Thank you.
Thank you. One last member of the public.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, hi, I'm Joe Cavello. I have the office Liberty Realty here in Hoboken and at 716 Hudson Street. I just came back this morning from vacation, and I just wanted to keep the vacation glow glowing for just one day. Well, when I get in, I have 38 phone calls from landlords, mainly small landlords. You know, a lot of the big ones already are exempt from this. I had 38 landlords that I had to call back. They were very upset. A lot of them are elderly landlords that own, you know, one building that they live in that are 3 and 4 families. And they just got totally crushed by the pandemic. When I tell you everybody ran out of their buildings and went home with mom and dad, they didn't have rent coming in for 2 years. They had to lower all their rents. They had to pay us a fee to get their apartments rented, which a lot of times we waived for people that couldn't afford it. They then had to give 1 or 2 months for free to get the tenants in. Okay, so that was 2 years. So they sucked wind for 2 years. They made it through. Okay, so now I'm telling them, all right, it looks pretty good. We went from 800 vacancies. We're down to about 100 vacancies. Now the market's going to start leveling out. You're going to start getting your old rents back. And you know what? If somebody leaves, they're paying 800. I don't know where they're getting the figure of the city sends them a letter that says 5,000. I would love to see these letters, but I see 800. The letter says 800. And now they can go up 25% to bring it maybe to 1,000. Now, their oil has gone up 40%. Their electric has gone up 20%. Their insurance has gone up 25%. And to get a guy over to do maintenance on their building, that's probably up 30%. So now they're saying to me, I just got this thing where we didn't get anything for 10 years. Like they're saying 2%. When I looked at the last 8 years, the last 5 years, it was like 0%, the CPI. So they didn't get anything for 5 years. Then they lost 2 years of rent in some cases. And now all of a sudden they're saying, well, now you could catch up a little bit with 7%. Even though your costs have gone up 40%, you can catch up with 7%. But you know what? Since you could finally get 7% and maybe help clean your building up a little bit, no, that 7%'s a lot. We're going to bring you down to 4%. Well, listen, I don't want tenants to have to go up in price. My parents were tenants. Landlord tried to kick them out. We had to fight them. Roberta Tarkin helped me. We had to fight them. But you know what? You can't kill these landlords that own these small properties. They're really just trying to make it. What do I do, Joe? I don't know. Call rich guests. Let's break them up into condos. You know, and instead of you guys trying to make $100, $200 a month, If the person leaves, we could fix it up. You could get $500,000-600,000 a month. So you know what? We sell all 4 off. We give you $2 million. You go to Florida, and you don't have these headaches anymore. Yeah, but there's 2 people in that I like, and this. You know, they're trying to do the right thing. But I'm telling you, we started off. I've been in town now 40 years working in real estate. We started off with about 12,000 apartments that we used to be able to rent. It's down to 6,500. Why? Everybody's turning them into condos or one families, these buildings. So you know what? You want to punish the little guy? You can punish them. But in the end, that 6,000 that we lost already, we're going to lose another 6,000 apartments. They're all going to be condos. And then we don't have to worry about rent control because nobody's going to have any rentals in town. That's the direction it's going. So I think we should have a rental business in town. I know Liberty, I'd love to keep the rental business because we do well with rentals. We average, 189 rentals a month. But you know what? Eventually that's going to be gone. I mean, we used to do 250. Now we're down to 189. Pretty soon we're going to be down to 60 because all the apartments are going away. They're knocking down the buildings and building new, or they're turning them into one families, or they're calling me to call rich guests and let's turn them into condos. Why am I going to make $1,000 a month on my building? The whole thing's crumbling. I can't increase my tenants. And why am I not getting $2 million and just going to Florida? Like, I don't know how to answer that anymore. So in the beginning, we wanted to try to work together. But every time we back off to try to work together, everybody rushes in to kill the people on rent control. Everyone. Right now, they're finally getting back on their feet. Finally, after 2 years. And they're going to get killed again. They call me, let's do condos. I don't want to say that because I'm killing my own business when they do condos. So nobody gets to live in town. Oh, you got an $800 apartment. Well, you can go up to $900. Joe, how am I going to do that? I got $1,000 to paint the apartment. I got $2,000 to fix the apartment. How am I only getting $100 more a month? I said, well, that's what you get. That's rent control. They left at $750 and now you get $850. Yeah, but the market is $2,000. I understand, but we got rent control. Yeah, but wait a minute. Gas went up 40%. Nobody's helping people with gas.
So start wrapping it up.
Rent's gone, all these other things have gone up 30 and 40%. So, maybe a different way to do this is let everybody chip in. Maybe instead of having the small landlords that are sucking wind, maybe we say to everyone, you know what? If this tenant really needs help and they can verify that they need help, that's great. We set up a department that sends them a check to help them with their rent. And you know what? We raise the taxes to incorporate that money to go to the tenant to help them. But then everybody's paying in instead of just the little landlords.
Thank you, Joe.
If
I appreciate
not, I'll
it.
sell condos. That's all. Thank you.
No other members? Motion to close the public portion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council members, anything on the consent agenda being removed?
Appeal
This
2,
one.
please.
Council President,
Good, Councilwoman.
did someone already say it? E2? Yeah, E2. That's it.
Council President, just point of order, and I don't mind voting on them at all, but I'm pretty sure I texted you. Was I at an environmental service meeting last week that I don't remember? Right, so I'm fine with them being on the agenda and voting on them, but I know you have your strict rules about committee
Councilwoman, I
meetings.
don't even know what you're talking about.
Environmental service, there was-
E1 through 3, Councilwoman Giattino is pointing out that we didn't have a meeting before this meeting to discuss those resolutions. I distinctly recall a conversation, but I'm not saying that you're mistaken. So other than one of them pertains to being able to use the pool and play tennis at Stevens, I don't think that it would be good to lose 2 weeks of that. It's a June 1st to...
Yeah, that's actually the only one I signed because I was the one who reached out to Stevens about doing that, so I've had that conversation with them.
All right. So I don't know. I don't know whether
Like I
Council
said,
President.
As the chair,
I'm comfortable with all three of them. I apologize for,
no apology necessary. I said I was fine voting on all of them regardless. I just
All right,
wanted to make
well-
sure the council president was following the same rules for everyone.
E2 and CL2. Correct.
well, they're gonna-
E2 and CL2 are the only two removed. Call a vote on the consent.
Mr. Cohen? Aye. Mr. Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Giantino?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
President Russo?
Aye. E2?
Yeah, I mean, literally, I think it's such an important resolution, so I just wanted to pull it, and whoever can talk about what it is so the public is aware. I mean, for
President?
everyone's benefit, I'll just say what it is, but we're signing, all right.
Well, Councilwoman
yep.
Giantino.
Giantino? Yeah, go
I
ahead.
had reached out to Stevens about 2 months ago because a few people had brought up the indoor pool, and they said they were having a meeting I think it was like 2 weeks after that, and that they were planning on opening up the pool and the tennis courts back up to the members of the public. It would just take some time to figure out, like logistically, how people would have proper IDs and everything like that to use it.
And
so.
COVID.
Yes.
Vaccination.
That's the
Yep.
biggest part of this agreement, that it requires vaccinations. And it sets up a process for residents to utilize the facilities. It's a use agreement very similar to the use agreement that we've had in the past.
Sorry, I should have lowered that for you.
Any other council members?
Is it,
So
this is just pool though, right? This
The
is
pool and
tennis?
tennis
Oh, tennis
courts
courts. I didn't see the tennis,
are
sorry.
available at Stevens starting, I guess,
It will literally,
tomorrow.
yeah, as soon as we
And
can
it's-
get it all signed.
It's free and but you have to prove,
You have to pay.
you have to pay, exactly. But you have to prove you're a Hoboken resident and you have to prove that you've been vaccinated. And is there a?
What's the schedule? It wasn't, the resolution didn't have it, so is there,
Don't think there was a specific schedule. There were
But do we
use
have a
guidelines
sense?
provided to us,
Yep.
but I can't recall if there was a schedule provided.
Well, do we-
Pretty sure they
I will
said
look
it would
into
be
that.
online on their
but
website.
do we have a sense, is it like an hour a day? Is it 5 hours a day? Is it 10 hours a day? Do we have any idea, order of magnitude?
I don't know, but I can tell you that we will put together all of that information and provide it to the public.
Awesome, great, thanks. But
Farina?
still awesome. Yeah, that's it.
Ms. Farina, call the vote. Sorry about that.
Thank you,
Mr.
Director.
Cohen? Aye. Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Giantino?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
President Russo?
Aye. CL2, Councilwoman?
Sure. Thank you, Council President. So for those who know me, I kind of came into Hoboken politics by way of community organizing. I started the Hudson County chapter of Moms Demand Action. My background is in social work. When I was in high school as a senior, Columbine happened. A few months after my newborn child, my first older daughter was born, Sandy Hook happened. And it took actually the events of the Pulse nightclub shooting that targeted a certain community, much like some of the more recent incidents that targeted the community in Buffalo, which was mentioned earlier. It took that for me to really decide that I needed to do more. So I started going to community meetings so that I could talk about this topic of gun violence in our community. And so it is for this reason that every year since being elected, I've made sure to bring this to the council in a resolution to support the work that I've been doing with Moms Demand Action. I can't believe that we're still having this conversation, actually, in so many ways. And going back that far, it's really shameful for so many reasons. And when I started, I looked back at the language of the first resolution. It was 94 people a day were being killed by gun violence. Now we're at 111. We're going in the wrong direction. And we know what works because other countries have been brave enough to stand up to very well-funded efforts to the contrary to ensure that there are common sense regulations. So here we are again. The first weekend in June is National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And unfortunately, we will continue to recognize this. The reason I'm wearing orange and the reason that you will see the advocates are wearing orange this weekend is in the memory of one particular young woman named Hadia. Hadia was 15 years old. She actually performed at President Obama's 2013 inauguration in Washington, D.C. with part of her marching band. Within a week, she was at her home in Chicago and happened to be standing around with friends and was killed in the crossfire of gun violence in her community. She didn't make it to her 16th birthday. And her friends, in her memory, decided to wear orange because orange is the color that hunters use to indicate life when they are hunting. And what a sad thing that somebody had to do that in the memory of their 15-year-old friend. So I would implore all of you to please get involved on this topic. It's one of those places that I want to think most of us can find common ground. Things like universal background checks. We still haven't done enough. So I would ask you to take out your phone, if you're so kind. You can dial the word ACT to the number 64433, and that gets you involved in this advocacy network. I would also ask that you get involved in some of the local events we have going on. In light of some of the tragic events, we have a meeting scheduled this Sunday morning at 9:30 at Church Square Park to get people more involved in Moms Demand Action and the work that we're doing in our community. This Saturday in Jersey City at Audubon Park, they will be holding a community event with the Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition, who we work with very closely with our chapter of Moms Demand Action. And then next Saturday, June 11th, you may have heard that the March for Our Lives organizers have planned another march in DC. There will be other marches happening in local areas, and in Jersey City, this happened to be the date for their 5th annual Unity Walk. So we will also be organizing to have volunteers take part in that event on June 11th at 11 a.m. in Jersey City. So I would just ask that all of you keep that in mind this weekend and would appreciate your advocacy in this way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Council President,
Oh,
a brief comment.
sorry.
First, I just want to commend Councilwoman Jabbour for her leadership. She's the founder of Moms Demand Action in Hudson County. It didn't exist before she founded it. While we're here tonight, 4 people were killed in Tulsa, Oklahoma in a medical campus shooting. It happened while we're here this evening. 19 children in a 4th grade. I mean, our last council meeting in New Business talked about Buffalo. And Uvalde happened since our last council meeting. 19 students in a 4th grade classroom and 2 4th grade teachers. That happened since our last council meeting. So I want to commend Councilwoman Jabbour for bringing this back to our attention. I know everyone in Hoboken cares deeply about these senseless violence and the easy fixes that exist. Common sense gun legislation that's there, that should be enacted, but it's not easy because it's politically impossible these days. But if people stand up and can be heard, we can make a difference. So thank you, Councilwoman Jabbour. Thank you for your leadership. And this is a national catastrophe. It's getting worse and worse. And it's great that we can recognize that this is Gun Violence Awareness Month. Thank you.
Council President, can I? So I would agree. I mean, this is, I think everyone's been heartbroken, and I am very much appreciative of Councilwoman Jabbour's, just keeping this a discussion point, an important discussion point in Hoboken. I have a slightly different statement, which is more targeted politically. There's really just 50 senators, Republican senators, that are blocking our ability for common sense gun control. 50 people who predominantly are older white men who, for whatever reason, politically, for their own, staying in office, are choosing not to do the right thing and protect Americans. And I've spoken to some of our local Republican leadership and said, we need Republicans for better gun control. We need Republicans to stand up and say, I'm okay being a Republican for all the reasons you want to be a Republican, but on this issue, the platform should be, I support better gun control. I support eliminating assault weapons, et cetera, but it's those 50 senators. It's not anyone else. We can advocate all we want. It's those 50 senators. We should stop. Everyone that we know that lives in a Republican state with a Republican senator that will not vote for common sense gun control, we should be reaching out to all of our friends and doing everything we can to get those people to either change their platform or to replace them. But that's it. That's what everyone in this room should do. And that it's filled with the Hoboken Republican Committee, which is great. And whatever you guys can do, you don't have to make your big commitments against, so it's inconsistent with protecting the Second Amendment, but at least just move the step in this one direction and make an incremental change and support better gun control. So that's it.
It's free to call a vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Piantino?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
President Russo.
Aye.
Ordinances for introduction. An ordinance of the City of Hoboken, the County of Hudson, New Jersey, authorizing the execution of amendment to the amended and restated operation maintenance and management agreement with Veolia Water Contract Operations USA Incorporated, FKA Suez Water Environmental Services Incorporated, and Veolia Water New Jersey Incorporated, FKA Suez Water New Jersey Incorporated.
It's free to call a vote.
It's a good thing.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Piantino?
Didn't go to subcommittee, but yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
President Russo.
Aye.
Ordinance for introduction, amending Chapter 190-11, titled Loading Zones, designated amendment to loading zone on Monroe Street and add a loading zone to First Street.
It's free to call a vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Piantino?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
President Russo.
Aye.
Ordinance for introduction, amending Chapter 190 entitled Parking for Persons with Disabilities.
It's free to call a vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yes.
Piantino?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
President Russo.
Aye.
Ordinance for introduction, ordinance to amend and supplement an ordinance, let me turn my page here, establishing a schedule of classifications and allocations for titles for the herein mentioned positions in the City of Hoboken.
It's free to call a vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Piantino?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
President Russo.
Aye.
Ordinance for introduction, amending the Hoboken City Code, Chapter 155, rent to adjust permissible CPI and vacancy decontrol increases.
Council
free to
President,
call the
just
vote.
point of order. I heard there was a change to this by a resident. I don't know what the change is. Was there a change to this from Friday?
No. It's free to call a vote.
No, I mean, I
Mr.
think,
Cohen?
aye.
No?
Fusco?
Monday.
There was a change.
On Monday, yeah.
Yes, after it came out on Friday. Can you just let us know what the change, even though last time I asked what the change was, I was, not by you, but by another council person, I was given misinformation. I mean, we should know what we're voting on.
Yeah, definitely. It's online. The change was not a change. It was a clarification that the impact, I'm trying to, that the vacancy decontrol drop from 25 to 10 if you, it just clarified that if you had already been going through the process, that it would not be, it's 10 from this point forward. rather than trying to say, well, 3 years ago, I'm trying to get a vacancy decontrol from years in the past, back before this passes, and so you should apply the 25 versus 10 because it was something in the past. And so it essentially just says this now applies going forward. Am I losing you?
No to all situations.
Yes, but that's fine.
Yeah, I follow.
Free Nicole, vote.
Mr. Cohen?
Aye. You have 2
Fusco?
weeks.
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes, on first reading.
Giantino?
Abstain.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
President Russo?
Aye. We're actually going to do the other resolution, the one that's up for new business before public portion. I think it's important that the public hear about it. Councilman, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. A number of residents from Marine View this past weekend reached out, a number of senior residents, younger residents, residents with families, about the pool area. It's been closed since the summer of 2019. We don't have, as a governing body, or the city of Hoboken doesn't have control over the private operations of Marine View. So this ordinance urges the management of Marine View to reopen the pool in line with the operational schedules that were in existence before the pandemic. It's my understanding that there are no longer safety concerns. It's an outdoor pool. And it would only be open to residents, as well that certain updates will need to be made to the pool, but residents have expressed that those updates are minor at the most. So our voice as our unified voice, hopefully, will hopefully send a message to the management, who we have a good working relationship with, that we would simply like to see the pool reopen for residents.
Residents of that building.
Yeah.
Of Marine View, correct.
Oh, I was all excited.
Yeah, right, thank you.
Ms. Farina, call the vote on the authorization to vote on that, and then
Resolution of the Council of the City of Hoboken authorizing an urgent item to be voted upon. Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Fisher?
Aye.
Giantino?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
President Russo?
aye. On the resolution itself?
Resolution of the City of Hoboken urging the management of Marine View Plaza to open the pool. Mr. Cohen?
Aye. So legalistic.
Fusco?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle?
Aye.
Fisher?
Yeah. Yes.
Giantino?
Yes.
Mrs. Jabour?
Yes.
Mr. Quintero?
Aye.
President Russo?
Aye. Now it'll be 40 degrees for the next 3 weeks.
And
I know,
rainy.
it's like a curse, right? It's like the groundhog.
Public portion?
Eileen Carvalho?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the time. I'm going to refer to an article that was in the Hoboken Reporter in, sorry,
If you just stand closer to it.
that was in the Hoboken Reporter. I'll use my teacher voice, maybe that'll be better. In the Hoboken Reporter on May 26th of 2022. It's referring to a contract that you gave to Bridgeview Engineering for a redevelopment area designated evaluation for multiple property lots, including the police department headquarters, garages D, B, and G. Thank you. And 5 Marine View Plaza. The reason I'm here because in May of 2020, I asked about this same development. And back in then, a friend of mine who lived down the shore sent me this article that was in a newspaper down the shore, but it never appeared in any newspapers up here. That article says, reports from areas from Bridgeview Engineering, same company, and DG Roberts Planning and Design indicated in each of them have these plannings have companies that have, I'm sorry, I skipped a page.
I'm sorry.
It says earlier this year, Hoboken Council made moves to potentially create 2 new rehabilitation areas totaling 4.7 acres of the city's areas near the city path stations. Studies were performed on a pair of zonings that include a block of Newark between Hudson and Washington Street and 3 city-owned garages, just a stone throw away from Hudson's River. The first zone, dubbed as CVS Rehabilitation Area, encompasses 2.9 areas made up of a parking lot, CVS, and smaller historical buildings, such as the Edwards Hotel and several properties, including ground floor retails like Green Rock, Starbucks, and Spa Diners. A second possible zone for rehabilitation consists of 2.2 acres, including 3 municipal garages between Hudson and River Streets that are owned by the city, dubbed the City Garage Rehabilitation Areas. The zones excludes residential buildings on the blocks that comprises garages B, D, and G. The reports on these areas from Bridgeview Engineering, same company that was approved last month, indicate that each one of them have aging sewage and water problems. These companies concluded that the rehabilitation at these sites are an incentive investment. And while no specifics in terms of zoning are suggested, the reports determined that the properties could be redeveloped for municipal usage, such as retail, entertainment, and other neighborhood services. The Hoboken Planning Board reviewed the proposal at their May 12th, this is 2020, meeting, and unanimously voted that it conformed to the city's master plan. Well, of course, we never heard anything about this or what was going forward until this article last week. So, as the residents of Marine View and some of the residents on Hudson Street are concerned over this, what's going to happen to the garage? What kind of development is going to go on? Are we going to have more tall buildings on Hudson Street? Do we have an answer? Are these plans going to remain secret until the plans are fulfilled, or what? Can anybody give me any idea?
Eileen, if you could just wait until the open portion, I could discuss that in more detail.
Thank you.
Patricia Waiters.
Patricia Waiters, 1219 Willow. I just want to speak briefly on 2 serious topics, and I promise tonight I'm not going to get emotional. I'm going to talk in a low tone of voice, so I'm sorry if Mary and the crowd in the back can't hear me, because I'm not going to mix the emotions with this serious problem that's taking place in America, all around America. No doubt about, we have Director Ferranti, which is a hard worker, and my heart go out to him. And tonight on the agenda, it states about recognizing June 1st as the gun violence, and I give kudos to Ms. Jabor with respect to moms that demand action. With that being said, I also joined the group Moms Demanding Action and Enough is Enough with relation to gun violence in Newark when I met them down at the legal municipality. And I say that to say this, moms, when I say moms, I mean all moms of all colors, all races, and no, this is not a racist statement, it's reality. What's happening today is not Democrat versus Republican. What's happening today with the gun violence, I don't care what legislation you put forward, and I'm not here to be a pessimist. I'm going to speak, this is optimistic what I'm about to say. Listen, it's a mental illness. It's a race war. We can't avoid that. You know this is fit for frat. And until we conquer this with love to replace hate and racism, it's going to continue. I don't want to sound negative. You could put any legislation forth, but if you look at those last incidents in the last 2 months, it's a racial war. It's a racial war, and that's what it is. You talking about the 50 Republicans, but you know what's disturbing? Most of you sitting on this day as you came into Hoboken as a Republican. You see? So that's kind of confusing and sounds a little contradictory. Because in Hudson County, if you're not a Democrat, you know you can't win. So people come and change their affiliation, but the answer is, do they change their heart? Do you really change your heart? And it causes a huge problem when you play politics. I love the way the director put it. He gave you a whole slew. He put forward what he can do as a director, what he have done. I mean, only one thing I'm really going to change, Mr. Ferranti, is you was right about everything besides one thing. I have complaints, but I like to work with my police department, not against them. I could have submitted 5 complaints on an EEOC level that would have definitely went someplace and put my city to shame. But I love Hoboken, so I'd rather work with Hoboken, not against it. And I'm standing here tonight to say it again. And y'all know for 23 years I ran for office. 23 years I stood at this microphone. And this is to go out with people that look like me. And still to present, I have not, Mr. Jacobelli, only you, I have not seen nobody else try to unite like what I seen at Tony Pepperoni's. Manny is my witness. I'll tell him. I kept whispering in his ear. If they could go out to Hoboken Housing and open up their arms and share the way they make them feel comfortable at that event I went to, I'm begging the cops to go down there, because moms that look like me, to justify all the shootings was done in the housing authority. That could have been one of our kids. Thank God it wasn't fatal. Thank you, Mr. Ferranti. You see? Thanks. And he deserved kudos, because he acted, when I say immediately, he took care of it. And that's why you don't hear it, because I went down there. And it's sad to see little kids, even babies and toddlers, running in guns, just pop, pop, pop. And it's happening. So imagine moms like me and like Miss Emily that's concerned. We got to do this together. We don't need to wait for outside politicians to talk about putting down new legislation and gun laws. And it was a big gun rally yesterday. The day of the funeral, 19 people. So we got to be concerned about our little circle right here in Hoboken. Let's start with each other. I don't care what happened in the past, guys. It ain't about place to blame. Like tonight, when this young man made a statement, he was accused like I was. When I talked about the same housing and real estate, they accused me of being anti-Semitic. And I showed through my actions I'm not. By staying involved and showing you who I am and what I stand for. So when he said that tonight, a member of the audience said, oh my God, that was race. It was not. Until we address racism, we're going to get somewhere. But until you keep denying it and acting like it don't exist, and we don't talk and reach out to each other and love each other, we're going to be stuck in the same place. We're going to continue to see what's happening in America coming close to home. Guys, we don't need that to happen here in Hoboken. We don't need people looking into our city, you know what I'm saying, and making different conceptions or different things. They look at it like, think we Pennsylvania. Somebody called me the other day and said, we Pennsylvania waiting to happen. We Idaho waiting to happen. We these towns that's known for bigotry and hate. We don't want that in Hoboken. Hoboken too damn small. I'm telling y'all now. We don't need it. So I'm wrapping up saying this again. Work with me, not against me, because Patricia Waiters is not going nowhere. I'm African American. I'm proud African American. Okay, so when I make a comment, if I'm not being treated that way through my actions and have a reason to stand here and say it, I'm going to call you out each and every time until you reach out and embrace me and love me the way I love you.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you.
Manuel Rivera.
Good evening, everyone, again. Manuel Rivera, 529 Park Avenue. I didn't say that before. I would just like to take a moment to thank Council Member DeFusco for his words at the top of the meeting, which by now is going on about, I don't know, maybe 4 hours. I would like to thank him in part of the LGBTQ plus and letting people understand what that is. Although you were an elected official, there are many people in the community that work hard as activists but we applaud you and we thank you for being our voice on the council. And we also, are proud. Secondly, I would like to once again address briefly the issue in regards to districting. Once again, I implore the members of the council, although this is a county process, you still have to help the members of the public and your constituents, because this is being mailed out. This got here today, and in my regards, it just says District 4, District 4.
They're all wrong.
It's
I
all
called
confusing.
today.
Thank you. So I just want you to know that people are going to come to all of you and say, hey, what the heck, where do I vote? So I would just like to also say, in regards to the, which I don't think you're going to get to it tonight, but the district folks having to,
I know.
when I mean district folks, I mean the people who get these titles and these jobs
Here,
that were
it's wrong.
created by the administration, by members of the council, which I would pay attention because this is very important to them. It shouldn't be, it sounds a little bit uncomfortable because these are members of the community as well. I'm assuming most of them. I don't know of one here that, I don't want to single her out, but I don't think she lives in Hoboken. But they shouldn't have to be justifying whether they belong in the system, in the administration, or as a body. They should not have to do that. I'm not defending them. I'm not throwing rocks at them. But when you're going to take away an office, you took it away, you brought it back, you took it away. And that's the one of constituent services. Now this person has to come to you and justify why they should be at that job? No, I think it should be the administration to justify why they created that job, again, at the amount of money that they are paying. And yet, once again, I'm saying the public employees have to scrounge what they have to scrounge to make ends meet in Hoboken. Some of them almost can't afford to live here, but they have to work here. But you don't give them any extra in their paycheck. But again, these jobs get created out of the air. The people who are standing in the corner, your crossing guards, the people who protect your children. We're talking about moms against guns. If these people are sick, they have to stand in that corner, right, to defend your children, run to danger, but they can't get a sick day. They can't get anything extra, yet you're creating more jobs. And those people have to defend again their jobs. I hope you're not losing me, but what I'm trying to say is, let's go back. If those offices serve nothing to the public, then vote them out, get rid of those jobs, get rid of those positions. They're just a drain on our budget. And if they don't not need it, because the constituent affairs left, the city worked fine without it, right? Now you brought it back. Some people get upset because it sounds like pay to play. It's not, but is it? So what I'm trying to say is do that. And by the way, in the Constituent Affairs Office, I've been asked by members of our community, they don't know what are the hours, whatever, so I'm going to do a community service, and I'm going to read it over here. It's conveniently located on the first floor of the City Hall building. It's open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The office serves as a central location where residents can, pardon me, I'm getting a little nervous, can receive quality assistance for their deserved, I don't know what that is, but anyway, they could make an appointment with the director, which is Nora Martinez de Benedetto, at 201-420-2000, extension 1311. That is for hopefully the people who are seeing a need to know where they need to get help, any questions, and sometimes in regards to this new thing where they don't know where they're going to vote, maybe they can reach there and, hopefully we could all get together and hopefully these issues get taken care of. And I appreciate your attention. God bless you and God bless New Jersey.
Thank you, Manny. Diane Rubino, you made it.
Anyway, 3 days. Hoboken gave me 3 days to leave my home of 3 decades. I'm Diane Rubino. I paid rent, acted legally, worked as a freelance writer and consultant at 419 Jefferson Street. Here's my story. May 17, I heard that Hoboken issued an unsafe structure notice asking my landlord to vacate 419 Jefferson in 3 days. The city's decision was based on an engineer's visual inspection. The engineer was paid for by my landlord. Now, my home and my apartment building can be delivered vacant. Now, the rent-controlled homes in my building cease to exist. May 18, I requested, and on May 21 was denied emergency relocation assistance by Hoboken. I have a detailed email that I supplied. Briefly, the town says they're responsibility-free because the building has become unsafe due to a natural disaster or unforeseen issues. There's no sudden change or unforeseen anything. There's no documented difference between May 20th versus April 20th. 419 has forever been unloved and neglected without any maintenance or upkeep ever. My partner and I moved in with my mom. Another tenant moved in with his mom. I sought help from constituent services, tenants advocate, Hudson County Engineering Office, Rent Leveling Board. None offered relief. I'm asking for council assistance in securing full monetary relocation allowance and a workable relocation assistance plan, or RAP, as described in the state's administrative code. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, Corporation Counsel, could you make sure you communicate with her? Thank you.
Didn't, Council President?
Keenan?
Oh, she left. Council President? Can I
Al
just,
Anger is next. Yeah.
Can I just ask a question? We had, I don't remember the specifics of it. We had that situation a couple years ago. I think it was on Washington Street, a man who lived on Washington Street, and there was a building that had basically fallen in a state of disrepair. And we have an ordinance against that, right? That prohibits a landlord from basically not doing and keeping a upkeep to maintain it. Like, what are we, let's for argument's sake, just for a second, say that what this resident just said is true. Like it has never been maintained. Like, how do we as a city, I'm going to say, allow that to happen? Meaning, how did it happen under our oversight? Do we have inspections that have to, like, are these subject to DCA inspections? Like, how do we catch this before it happens, right? Because for all the reasons that everyone spoke tonight about rent control, there's incentive to underinvest in properties so that they have the ability to throw people out. It's the easiest way to do it. So, like, what is our process to protect against that? And I don't know what the enforcement, I'm asking through you. I'm not necessarily expecting you to have the answer, but I
knew them all.
Yeah, no, I feel like before she walks away that we have this, we kind of raise it again. Councilman Quinteros knew about this, but it's heartbreaking because we don't know definitively if this landlord did it intentionally, but it wouldn't surprise us if they did, right? And how do we avoid that?
Yeah, well, that's why I think it's important that Corporation Counsel's office reach out directly to kind of exhaust whatever options we have and whatever processes we're lacking in the city. Maybe it's something that we need to really address from a council's perspective. But without getting into too much detail, I think it's probably better that conversation happen privately because we don't know all the details. So, thank you.
Edward Reep.
Hey, what's up? I'd like to address a few points. First, I think Patricia Waiters is wonderful. I would like to correct something she said, where she said that Republicans cannot win in Hudson County. That is definitely going to change. No, it's okay. That's because, we have, there's a lot of great things going on with the Hoboken Republican Party under Joe Bronco. Speaking to what Councilman DeFusco mentioned with the awesomeness of Gay Pride Month, the Hoboken Republican Party is planning on participating when you guys do the painting of the crosswalks, the rainbow crosswalk awesomeness that they're going to do on June 25th. That's definitely something the Hoboken Republican Party would love to participate in, and maybe there'll be some special guests. We'll see, but... Oh, what was that?
Through the chair.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
That's okay.
Okay, yeah, you guys are all a wonderful, amazing city council, by the way. Oh, and yeah, definitely folks, all sorts of folks would be invited to that. A wonderful, amazing city council. So I'm going to also talk about the gun control thing. I cannot speak for others on the gun control issue. My view on gun control is very nuanced. Personally, as an individual, my main view is that the most important thing is that we respect the Second Amendment and the fact that, God forbid if something horrible happened, if, people need the right to bear arms. You need, in America, that's just an important part of our culture, and it's a kind of symbolic check or balance, where the citizenry can potentially, God forbid, defend against tyranny. And that's why I believe in the Second Amendment. I think it's perfectly reasonable to look into gun control legislation, and all that, like to prevent gangs and crazy shooters. So I'm very, very open to dialogue. And I really respect what Emily's doing. In fact, Emily, the fact that community activism brought you into local politics, I feel very similar to you. Whereas guns kind of brought you into local politics as an issue, something you feel strongly about. There's an issue that I feel strongly about that brought me into local politics. The most important issue of all, that is so deep and emotional and existential. And I don't know if people here can guess what that issue is or not, but it's mask mandates. And thankfully, there is no mask mandate in Hoboken for the public schools, not for the public schools, not for indoors, but I want to point out some really awful things going on. Do folks know pre-K with federal Head Start funding still requires masks for toddlers? I'm not joking. There are pre-K programs in Hoboken getting federal Head Start funding, and because of all the craziness, because I'm sorry, Tiffany, I know you called out the Republicans earlier, I have to call out the Democrats. A lot of Democrats need to cool it about mask mandate issues. Look, we could argue that it was temporary and necessary temporarily, but life's got to go back to normal. The fact is that the Democrat Party is allowing a lot of mask mandate craziness to persist in a lot of insidious places. Like in New York City, it is still required for toddlers. For kids, I think, below the age of 5, maybe above the age of 2, they're still requiring masks required for toddlers in New York City with Eric Adams. And then with this federal Head Start funding for pre-K programs in Hoboken, the kids are required to wear masks. It's insanity. Because human faces matter. I love seeing smiling faces. Phil, thank you for taking your mask off. You have a really good smile. Phil Cohen took his mask off. He was wearing it earlier. Now he's a good-looking man, good-looking councilman. Okay, so mask mandates. By the way, the fact that there is no mask mandate in Hoboken, that it's not going on in the schools, I love you. You're all amazing. Thankfully, that is not going on now. And I know there's nothing that we can necessarily do at the municipal level against mask mandates, but I'll give you guys this trade. As a Republican, if I'll support all the gun control you want if the Democrats can just bring us back to the normal with mask mandates. Also, like, when it comes to medical stuff, keep masks in certain medical settings where it makes sense. When it comes to mental health settings, you don't need masks. Probably well checkups, you don't need it. You want to incentivize nurses and EMSs to have a good job experience, to smile at people, like I like smiling at doctors. Anyway, thanks so much. Everything's lovely and amazing, and God bless you all. Okay.
Thanks, Ed.
Marian Draka.
Oh,
Caught yourself.
That's it. What you got?
We'll allow it.
All right.
He got you, Mary.
Please all listen to what I'm going to say. My name is Mary Andraka. I live at 159 9th Street. I'm speaking to the chair, Mr. Michael Russo, but I'm addressing Councilman Phil Cohen. I have been a Fifth Ward resident since 1987. The first Fifth Ward councilman I encountered was Norman Wilson, who graciously helped me on an issue. You are aware that there are residents of the Fifth Ward who are attempting to get petitions to recall you as Fifth Ward councilman. Are you aware of why this has come about? We live in a country that allows its citizens to be represented by effective and concerned council people that listen to the issues that affect a ward's geographical area, its residents, as well as any issues spilling over from their ward into other wards and vice versa. As Fifth Ward residents, we expect our councilperson to reflect our positions in matters that affect our homes, lives, and environment. We also want to live peacefully without worrying about unnecessary taxes placed upon us due to projects that are questionable within our ward and our town as a whole, as well as projects that we are in favor of or not. We want to be heard and represented. We feel that you are not representing us, but are pushing the mayor's own personal agendas. You were put in office not to appease the mayor like a rubber stamp, but to think independently with complete consideration to what is best for your ward's residents, without causing them undue harm, extra expense, or disruption in living within their ward. We were insulted that our mayor would treat our attempt to recall our councilman as a political stunt. I can assure you that we are not into stunts, but trying to get our voices heard, such as the serious concerns we have with the administration wanting to put $140 to $200 million police and fire complex on floodplain in our Fifth Ward. If a new police station was ever needed, it could be rebuilt on the existing police parking lot next door, as is stipulated in the master plan, and which happens to be on high ground. Pay attention, Mr. Russo.
I'm sorry, Mary.
It is callous and wrong to waste the taxpayers' money in this time of extremely high inflation. We have a right to recall in this town and in this state and in this country. We are not in the prior USSR of the past, where people would be threatened if they attempted to exert any democratic actions. We will not tolerate intimidation, harassment, or threats, and will notify the press that the government workers of the city of Hoboken are threatening retaliation if we exercise our rights to a recall effort. We live in a democracy and have the right to live without threats while exercising the rights of our democracy. Are you and the administration afraid we will get enough signatures? After all, you can run again if there is another election. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mary. So I just want to say one thing. Mary, I want to thank you for not making that statement a very political one. I think you did a good job to do that, and we try to keep a lot of that politics, and it's very difficult to keep all the politics out of that conversation, but anyone else who has anything to say about anything like that, please try to follow that lead, because I think it's important that we keep that conversation as civil as possible. And at this council, we try to keep a lot of that away from the discussion. So thank you again, Mary. I appreciate it.
Pavel, did you want to speak in public this portion? You're good. Okay, just making sure. Stephanie Glatt? Okay, then we have no more members of the public signed up to
Council
speak.
President?
Yeah?
I do have an email from Jill Singleton, head of school at All Saints in Deirdre Road, executive director.
Yeah, that's already placed into the record.
They did ask for it to be read, but
What we could do is we could ask them to come to the next meeting. They could read it on the record. I don't want to get into.
I told them that it would be your decision.
Yeah,
and that it would
I just don't want to
probably
get
be
into
no.
that where people are always submitting letters and we're going to have to read them. But it will be part of the record. It will be part of the minutes. And then if they need to come to the next meeting, they most certainly can. On that note, motion to close the public portion.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
New business?
Council President? Can I go? Okay.
By all means.
All right. Just a couple things. Just so everyone's aware, the planning board meeting for the Story Dispensary, which is the proposed dispensary at 14th and Hudson, is going to be on June 9th at 7 p.m. Believe it or not, it's going to be in this room, which I don't think is big enough to accommodate, but that's what the planning board has decided. And we really need, I mean, I want people to come that oppose to it, but it's a free world, so come and speak your mind, but make sure you do come. It's going to be the first planning board meeting for a cannabis dispensary, and as we know, this one has a lot of controversy around it, so I think it's really important for Hoboken to show how it feels. On June 14th, there is a planning board meeting for the Blue Violets dispensary, which is at 628 Washington Street. That's a different planning board meeting. That's not one that the public can speak at. It is a completion review to determine if their application is complete. I know that a number of people have kind of woken up around that one. I don't know if that was what Jill Singleton's comment was, but I know a number of parents at Hoboken Charter and All Saints are kind of angry that this is moving forward, that it kind of slid in between or under, in between, around our local law change. It's about 200 feet away from those two schools. What we haven't gotten yet from the planning board's attorney is whether or not the time of application applies to that applicant. State law basically says that time of application for a planning board meeting, and the Supreme Court's ruling on this is that the application has to be substantially complete, and there was a number of complications with that application and that applicant when they applied to the planning board. So I think there's questions around whether it was actually complete on April 28th. This is just my own personal opinion, so anyone who's opposing that, it's something that if you want to talk to me about it, we should look into, but I would hope that the planning board's attorney would come out and actually give an opinion on that. So anyway, 2 meetings, and if anyone has any questions, let me know. I am going to host a pre-meeting for the planning board meeting. I haven't finalized exactly the date yet. If you're interested, just send me an email. The easiest email is Hoboken, the word Hoboken, the number 2 ND, so Hoboken2nd@gmail.com, or just send me a message on Facebook, and I should have details hopefully by tomorrow. And finally, just for the rent control vote, I voted yes on first reading because I definitely support having this conversation and understanding if and how to improve rent control for all stakeholders. But I do think that, you know, a theme for the last couple years is we really haven't had enough we don't have rent control records that are digitized, but I know now finally we're in the process of doing that. Our rent control office was decimated down to one person. I know we've restored a little bit of that. I think there's been some, whatever interpretations of our rent control laws, I think we should figure out a way to better enforce those laws. And I think it's ripe to have this conversation. What I would say is I won't support the second reading of it unless we have a public conversation, unless we bring stakeholders to the table. I think it's important to hear from all stakeholders. This is too important of a topic for our community that if we're going to make a change to this law at all, I think that we can't do it overnight without that input. So I'm hoping that the sponsors of it will figure out a way to have some public meetings or put together a steering committee of stakeholders so we can really understand exactly what this needs to be. Because quite frankly, I know that I want them to benefit. I want to look out and minimize, I want to look out for our tenants and minimize their displacement. And if an unintended consequence of this change is we are incentivizing landlords to convert to condos and ultimately kick out some of our more vulnerable tenants, I would want to understand that better before we commit to it. So anyway, I am definitely supportive of having the conversation. I was happy to support the first vote tonight, but I think we need to do a lot more before we all consider voting yes on second reading. And that's it. Thank you for
Thank you,
allowing me.
Council President. I'll be briefer. There were a lot of comments tonight, and I can only speak for myself, but I was listening. I'm going to keep an open mind. I feel strongly about. I'm referring now to the rent control amendments, but it doesn't mean that we're not listening, and so we will. I don't know. I think Councilwoman Fisher can organize these meetings if she's insistent that they occur, but
I'll try.
I'm making a joke, and it's probably not a funny topic, but I will be happy to participate in those meetings, and I think we can anticipate some very strong feelings about it, and these changes are as complicated as this portion of our municipal code is. These changes are very simple, and so I appreciate that we could have had a more robust discussion regarding these potential changes, and there may be, I think, some fixes and improvements in the future with regard to inconsistencies and applications of policies, etc. And those will be much more complicated, but anyway, so I guess I'm not being much shorter, but I'm in the next 2 weeks, or if it takes more than 2 weeks, we will have a public process and we'll listen to everyone's views on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. First, I'd like to start out with some terribly sad news. A long-term committeeman in the First Ward, Jack Sweeney, passed away about a week and a half ago. Jack was a fearless believer in Hoboken, his community, 76 Bloomfield Street. He never shied away from sharing his views, which were thoughtful always, but also fighting for those in the building and in the community that didn't have a voice as loud as his. He was a dear man, and I'll miss him very much. I was just reading through our last text from a couple weeks ago, and even till the end, which was unexpected, he was still fighting for his neighbors. So thank you to Jack for all he's done for Hoboken. To respond to another committee person, Committeewoman Carvalho, I agree with you 100% regarding the concerns with overdevelopment around the garage on Hudson Street, as well as other properties, the municipal properties in downtown Hoboken, the First Ward. At the last meeting, I had expressed concerns of a rush to develop. I know it's a concern that my colleague, Councilman Doyle, shares as well. I sit on the same committee as him. We haven't necessarily been fully briefed on the administration's plans and plan to keep apprised of what's happening there. I am highly concerned, as I've said publicly, that development projects in downtown Hoboken, Newman Leathers, as well as the rail yard projects, are proposed to extract $52 million to be fairly exact, worth of pilot funds to be potentially used 14 blocks away at the $200 million municipal garage, proposed municipal garage. These are the things we need to keep a lookout for. I think that taking tax dollars away and kind of putting them into a pet project isn't the smartest idea. I want to make sure that my neighborhood is protected from overdevelopment, and that when development does happen, that the proceeds go to the tax base as well as to improving our infrastructure and quality of life in downtown Hoboken. So I agree with you, Committeewoman. We'll work on it together. Thank you very much, Council President.
First, for those who've been with us since the beginning of this meeting, we are going to continue the discussion about the budget amendments at the next meeting, given the late hour. So for those of you keeping track where we are on the agenda, we will push that to the next meeting. While she's here, I want to congratulate Director Gonzalez, who recently had a wedding. We wish you all the happiness and congratulations. I hope you had an amazing vacation. You completely turned offline last week to actually enjoy your honeymoon. So welcome back. Thank you.
To make her more embarrassed, it's her birthday tomorrow as well.
Oh, double congrats. And happy birthday. I did want to mention, similar to the sentiments from my colleagues with respect to the rent control ordinance, I certainly heard a lot from landlords in the last 2 days. But this evening, I'm very grateful for the comments from folks representing tenants as well, because we represent both sides of this conversation, and it is our job to listen to both sides. So I'm very grateful for all of the feedback that was provided. I'm certainly committed to working to schedule a larger stakeholder meeting for those who are interested. Clearly, there was a lot of recommendations given and suggestions. I'm very open to that. Would love to have any feedback that you may have about how to contribute towards this conversation. So I'm grateful to see this council move forward and really walk the walk on our commitment to ensuring that Hoboken continues to be a diverse community that ensures that there are options in our affordable housing universe. With respect to goings-on in the city, this Friday is the next food pantry distribution, per usual, Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:30. But also next week is the Taste of Hoboken fundraiser, which directly goes to support the work of the food pantry. That's next Tuesday evening at Maxwell Park. They're holding it outdoors. It's going to be a great event, supported by a number of local Hoboken restaurants. And I mentioned it earlier, but I'll say it again. This Sunday, as part of National Gun Violence Awareness Weekend, we will be holding a Moms Demand Action meeting on Sunday at 9:30 a.m. at Church Square. I meant to recognize Amy Fauché was here earlier. She's the co-leader for Moms Demand Action of Hudson County, and to thank her for her efforts as well. So, thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman?
Yes, 3 points.
You don't have to.
No.
Oh, all right.
I just need a half an hour to talk. That's all. First point is I wanted to thank everyone and the chiefs and Director Ferranti for the successful Public Safety Committee CAPS meeting last week. We're already starting to plan for the next meeting, which will be in July. We're hoping to do it later in the time and also a different location. I'm rooting for west side of town, but we need folks' feedback. So please reach out to me, give me recommendations as to what times work for folks. We do want to make sure we get the appropriate cross section of the community at that meeting. Next point is on the rent control ordinance. I echo the statements of my colleagues. We've heard a lot today, and I've heard a lot via email, and I happen to hear from the tenants. And as I said during the statement on the cannabis ordinance, people don't want to feel like things are happening to them. They want to feel like they're part of a collaborative process, and we're here for that. It passed today on first reading. Whatever comes forward in second reading, I can almost guarantee it won't look exactly like this. So more feedback. I am also committed to be part of those meetings and to get that feedback so that we can come to an agreement as to the right path forward. I think we can all agree is something needs to happen, and I think we need to balance this out a little bit more. The last point, and Council President, I will choose my words very carefully here, is I just wanted to say some kind words about my colleague and friend, Phil Cohen. I decided to run for city council back in August-ish, and once we had our petitions set forward, it was time to knock on doors. First week of September, I went into the 5th Ward, and the first person to help me out was Phil Cohen. I've knocked on literally thousands of doors with Phil Cohen. Phil Cohen's neighbors know him. Phil Cohen's neighbors like him. Phil Cohen's neighbors don't always agree with him, but they know he's there to listen to them. They know he's there to advocate on his behalf. The Phil Cohen I know is a friend, a scholar, a proud husband, a prouder father. But most importantly, he's a neighbor to his friends. And most importantly for this council, he's a neighbor to his ward. He's an ardent representative and defender of the 5th Ward. I'm proud to know Phil Cohen. I'm proud to call him a friend. I'm proud to call him a colleague. Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about why I abstained tonight. And the last time there was a change made to an ordinance, what was represented to us at the council meeting was not the changes in the ordinance, and that was the cannabis ordinance when it went from 3 dispensaries to unlimited. That was never mentioned in the meeting. Councilman DeFusco actually asked the question, is there still a 500-foot rule to schools? And Council President, at the time you answered yes, and that had been removed from the ordinance. So I just wasn't comfortable voting on something that had changes that I didn't actually see myself, because the last time I did that, I got burned. So lesson learned, not doing that anymore. The voting that Manny brought up earlier, the first round that went out, actually it says Hoboken Public Library, 500 Madison Street, which was incorrect. I called Hudson County. They said they would send out a new letter. Then they send out the postcard, and it has the correct address, but has people now in all sorts of different wards and districts. So it is a big cluster. You're absolutely right. They said it's the state's fault, is what I heard today. I'm not really sure. Next thing you know, it's going to be the president's fault. But hopefully everyone ends up at the right place to vote. And what I would suggest is probably early voting, because at least there'll be no confusion at the voting location when you get there. You just come to City Hall to do that. I believe it's the Saturday before. Is that accurate? Did anyone hear, Jerry? You
Do it
want
again,
to-
Jerry.
All right, it's going to be Friday and Saturday, 10 to 8 p.m., and Sunday, 10 to 6 p.m.
Is there going to be a nixel on that? Do we know?
Sure was the answer.
Could you send that, all that, but could you also send all of the ward and district maps? Because people are, wherever the border moves, people are just so confused over it because.
Still the same
Yeah.
answer?
Perfect, thank you.
You keep nodding. They can't see that.
And back to the voting locations, unfortunately, I don't know why there was no input from the council members, but there's people now voting very far from their homes when there's voting locations catty corner to where they live that only have one polling location there. So it doesn't make one district there. So it makes no sense at all. Jerry, I had spoke to you about one location in particular. I hope come November they are at the high school as well. And really great news, on Sunday, finally, which is June 5th, there will be a ribbon cutting for the Tommy Oliveri Park. And there will also be an unveiling of the Hoboken Fire Victims Memorial. So.
And the last time I saw him, and thanks to Councilman DeFusco for mentioning his passing, the last time I saw him, he was singing his heart out at the Arts and Music Festival on the stand, and he was clearly not in great shape, but he was singing his heart out, and he got a standing ovation when he was done singing, and I can't believe that was the last time I saw him. So, you know, when he was finished singing, people were like, "That's Hoboken." You know, that was what they said about Johnny. And he was a character, and he was a character in this place, and he was a character in the Democratic Committee where I served on the executive committee when Johnny was a member, and he will be missed. So, prayers to Johnny and his family. Hoboken Library Book Bike is scheduling a special story time. It's going to be on Fridays and Mondays. Monday, June 6th and June 20th at Pier A Park at 100 Sinatra Drive. June 13th and June 27th, Mondays at Southwest Park at Jackson Street. Friday, June 10th at Elysian Park, 1001 Hudson Street. And Friday, June 24th at Harborside Park, 1501 Park Avenue. It will be a great opportunity to have Storytime come into your neighborhood. It's a great initiative by the library, and you can get more information from the Hoboken Public Library website. Also, I just want to also briefly talk about the rent control ordinance. I think you're hearing from my council colleagues that we do not need to rush this, that we have more to learn. This did come before the development committee that I chaired last month, and we had some significant discussions about it at our committee meeting. A lot of work went into it, a lot of thought went into it, but I don't think anyone suggests that it's perfect, and I don't think anyone suggests that it can't be improved upon. But at a minimum, as Councilman Quintero said, I think there are some people who feel surprised by it. That's some of the vibe that I heard, and I think that it's a good idea to give people who feel like they haven't been heard an opportunity to be heard. So I look forward to participating in those meetings that we have, and I don't believe that we need to have it back before the council at our next council meeting. I don't think we need an artificial deadline in order to get it back. I think we should take the time that we think is necessary so that we have the voices heard. I concur with what Councilwoman Fisher said on that point. Thank you, Council President.
No problem. Motion to close?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.